Would you like green eggs and ham?
I would not like green eggs and ham.
Do you like green eggs and ham?
I do not like them thin I am.
Would you with a goat?
I would not, could not with a goat.
Could you on a boat?
I could not, would not on a boat.
The chair lady.
Before
So this is a song that we wrote, that I wrote with my friend Mike Richardson, who's from southern West Virginia, and it's about the coal mining wars in West Virginia in the 1920s, called the Battle of Blair Mountain. 2, 3, 4. Drain the black gold, hoping to God that the timbers hold. Like my father before me, it's all I know. We live only to harvest the coal, harvest the coal. About as shallow as a grave. We're living in shanty towns, we ain't got no say. The 14-hour shifts, such a meager wage, and Mother Jones can't help us now anyway. Anyway, we take the roads, we take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us alone from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair melted, here we come. Oh, here we come. Red bandanas that tell us what side you're on. Yeah, we're the rednecks of the Union 1921. We'll leave tonight at 13,000 strong and take the fight to Blair Mountain before the dawn, before the dawn. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair melted, here we come. Oh, here we come. still buried in the mine. I fight for my son, so he'll have a better life. We're soldiers of a great war, and it don't seem right to treat a man like a dog just to make a dime, just to make a dime. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us, Lord, from the gathering stones. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns, Blair Mountain, here we come, oh, here we come, here we come. So find a vein, drain the black gold. You better hope to God that those timbers hold.
Yeah, wonderful. Wonderful.
Swishy streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics daily, flame more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, Viva Bojack, Viva Bojack, Viva Bojack, Viva Bojack.
Hello! Hello, everyone! Hello! How we doing, folks? How we doing? Hello, Rhyme Jack! Hello, Zara and Joy! Hello, Bzb! Katie Wilson won! Congratulations to Seattle! Hello, Zara and Joy! Hello, Jupiter Judy! Hello, Rosie0831! Hello, Cute Dark Arts! Hello, Mark is here, 839. Hello, Erica. Hello, Dustin the Damned. Hello, Iatagon. Hello, that one American. Hello, Depraved Ambiance. Hello, Uwooer. Hello, Walking Neon Carpet. Hello, Rhapsody Septagonopus. Hello, Nocturnal 899. Hello, Marocat. Hello, Comrade Girl 2018. Thank you. It was really fun being on the line. Hello, Jeff Curry. Hello, Leah Land. Hello, Dawn. Hello, Just to Be Here. Hello, Irascended Kitten. Hello. How we doing, Kelsey on Fire? Hello, Mabs Alicorn. Hello, Ransom Ballard. Hello, Brutus Magnuson. Hello. How we doing, Mr. Fluffy Wolf? Hello, Rough Surf on Coast. Hello, Tasmilia's Hero. Hello. Hi, everyone. Hello, Mithril, and happy birthday to you. Retroactively. Hello, the Knifiest Duck. Hello, Christina. Hello. How we doing, everybody? Hello, YouTuber Grudge. Hello, Nyanrat. Hello, Blueberry Bumblebees. Hello, Griff Falcon. Or sorry, Gear Falcon. Gear Falcon. I've probably said it kind of right. Hello, Admin. Hello, Super Jet Guy. Hello, Jay. Hello, Firecrafted Gaming. Hello, Lily Love Stuff. Hello, Qberry Shortcake. Hello, Brent A. Hello, G. Klein. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, Snuggle Kitten. Hello, Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog I know. Hello, Uncle Gumbald. Happy birthday retroactively to you. Making a beef stew? Hell yeah. Hello, Bela Lugrisi. Hello. How we doing, folks? Hello, Zoe Bites. Hello, CMH006. Hello, Feistiest Bard. Hello, how we doing, Raptor Girl Claws? Hello, Majora's Casket. Hello, Mr. Malachite. Hello, Hoi Polloi 23. Hello, Nine-Tailed Witch. Hello. How we doing, Robber Adset? Punky Gal Shiloh. Hello, all you wonderful beings. Hello, Dragonfly. Hello, Eddie666. Howdy, folks. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Welcome. Make yourselves comfy cozy. And hello. How we doing, TU Scoops? Hello, Jolly Executioner. Hello, Displacer Floof. Hello, Paladin Lost.
Do you want to tank? Do you want to fight? Do you want a class that'll instill fright? Take up some plate and keep the goblins inside, because you want to make sure they eat this paladin smite! Fuck you, gods. If you want me to play your game of ethics, you can kiss my shiny plate mail. Alright, fine. Wait a minute, what the hell is that noise?
Hello, everyone. How we doing? Jur Falcon? Gotcha. Hello, Prosthetic Play. John Bogardus, hello. You have emotes now, huzzah!
Hi, Jack. Jim
Yes,
Water,
I do.
CEO of Big Water here. Saying hello to all of your lovely chatters is very thirsty work. So be sure to enjoy a nice tall glass of clear, cool water.
Well,
Water,
Jim...
it's mostly you.
Jim Water, thank you so much for the $5 dono and for being the first person to support stream today. And I say first person despite the fact that I'm not entirely convinced you're real, and not just the loose figment of collective hallucination. But you know, we'll treat you as such, as real for now. Can you explain slurs to me? That chick was crazy. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, I was on the line earlier today. I was on the Transatlantic Call-In show with Arden Hart. And it was a lovely time. People called in to debate or talk about trans issues, and a lot of really lovely people called in, and a few very silly people called in. And it was it was an interesting time, to be sure. Hello, Salmon Moose. Was that Panda? Oh no, Panda was lovely. Pamela was a very silly person. Call-In show was great. That Eric guy sounded like a lot like Rudyard, didn't he? I mean, Eric didn't really strike me as the kind of guy who really understood what he was talking about. He got real upset that we wanted to know why he thought all the major medical organizations were lying. And I feel like that was pretty fundamental to his argument, but he got pretty upset about that. Finner, hello, hello! He was so conspiracy pilled. I know, that's why I wanted to talk to him about the underlying part of the conspiracy.
Kinda bummed I missed seeing you live on the line. It would have been the best crossover episode ever.
It was really fun, Jazz Dog. You can watch the VOD, I imagine. How dare you accuse Jim Water of not being real? Would a real person not... Wait. Obviously he's real. Look, Jim is a very real individual man. Look at him with his fresh cup of water and his very own hydroelectricity. How dare you doubt him when we have this candid photo of him?
There is still water in the Titanic swimming pool.
True, Salmon Moose. You get a gold star for being correct. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I very much appreciate it. And Jazz Dog, thank you for the $5 dono. Oh, hey, I know that guy. 5 fingers must be real. Oh, God. I hate him so much. Would a real person have an office overlooking a hydroelectric dam? Yes, if they were real cool, just like this chilled glass of water. Jim Water looks like his motto is "Stay quenched, my friends." That's what he says on his podcast, because you know he has one. Oh, God. All right. So, obviously, I didn't burn out. I've been very busy the last few days. And then yesterday, I really wanted to play the finale of Dispatch, and so that's what I did. And you know what? Dispatch was fucking great. Okay? Dispatch fucking slapped. And honestly, if you guys haven't played Dispatch, you're missing out. Because now I'm just angry that there's not more Dispatch. I'm just more angry that there aren't more Dispatch video games. It's very fucking cool. Have I heard of Expedition 33? I have. It's just a very long game, and I've been trying to find time to play it. Dispatch is a short game. I will check out Expedition 33. Maybe that'll be one of our stretch goals. You know, if maybe that will be like a stream goal. You guys can donate in exchange for me being able to play Expedition 33. That's why you don't finish games. I know. I actually managed to finish Dispatch, but it cost me everything.
Hi chat, Jim Water, CEO of Big Water here. I just wanted to take a moment to dispel recent rumors. I am not, in fact, a tulpa conjured from the collective thirst of the capitalist class. Nope.
Well, that settles it. Although I'm perhaps more disturbed that Jim Water, CEO of Big Water, knows what a tulpa is. I do really like the idea of can we get like a horror movie monster that's like a tulpa literally conjured by capitalism? Can we get that? I think it'd be great. God. Yeah, it was on the line earlier, Winter Sorrow. It was good. It was fun. Everyone should check it out. Capitulpa, indeed. Although, you know, if capitalism was able to make a tulpa, they would just make the tulpas do work. So, like, you know that's what would happen. The capitalists would just try and figure out a way to mass manufacture tulpas in order to enslave them. God damn it. I'm afraid to ask what a tulpa is. A tulpa is basically a creature brought into being by collective imagination or thought. If I were to simplify it. They'll use thought forms to assassinate union leaders? Yeah. Yeah. Well, you don't need union leaders if your tulpas are just enslaved to do labor, you know? Anyway, Dispatch was really fucking good, and I'm gonna wait about a month, and then I'll probably play it on stream, because it was that good. And, I gotta say, I am, what a week to pick for Dispatch to release its final episode, and for me to get, like, overburdened with things to do. Not even overburdened with things to do, just, like, my brain ain't working, at 100%. Yeah, the Greylock tapes are a great, introduction to the concept of tulpas. Fuck, I hope we get more of those soon. Well, that's the thing, Raptor Girl Claus. Obviously, what would happen in a film about capitalists trying to mass manufacture tulpas to do slave labor is that the tulpas would begin to organize because they would inherently develop class consciousness. You know? I think that'd be a rad concept. I like it. Why didn't you stream for so long? I took 2 days off. I didn't stream for 2 days. So yesterday I was playing Dispatch, and the day before my brain was broken. So that is your answer. Good night, Jupiter Judy. Now, folks, this week was a hell of a time for me to slack off a little bit because the Jeffrey Epstein nuke is coming. It's the timer is currently ticking down, and like the Trump administration is trying its best to downplay what's gonna happen, but like, oh shit, guys. Oh shit, it's coming. God. If this doesn't sink them, I don't know what will really. Yeah, will there be chaos? It just really depends. It really depends on the political calculations of a bunch of self-serving bureaucrats and what they think their voters will care about. And honestly, I'm a bit concerned that even if Republican voters found out that Donald Trump definitely did abuse children sexually, they might not give a damn. I am terrified about that potential outcome. Even though it flies in the face of everything they've been signaling for years, I am worried that they just actually don't give a damn about anything other than the team sports. Did you see Dean Withers having to debate a guy trying to justify Trump's pedophilia? No, but like a lot of Republicans are trying to do that, yeah. They're already starting to say it's okay, he's just an ephebophile or whatever. Yeah. I've seen it. I've seen it. All right. Watching Megyn Kelly do the actually it's ephebophilia line unironically was funny as hell. I mean, it is funny as hell, but also like, holy shit. Oh, I know. I know. God. But, let's before we get it to that, just real quick. Boo. How are we all doing? We're doing all right, Alan Smith. Pew pew. All right. So I'm just gonna, before we get into the show, folks, like proper and like actually talk about the topics. And by the way, the topics are mostly just Jeffrey Epstein and a couple of other things. I thought I'd just share some things that I've really been enjoying or thought were interesting or look cool. How about that? Like sometimes I have interests that go beyond politics. I like video games and films. And I figured I would just like show a couple of things that had caught my eye recently, and maybe you'd like them too. Obviously here the first one is Dispatch, which again highly recommend. It's very good. If you ever enjoyed any of the Telltale adventure games, this is made by a bunch of veterans from Telltale, and it shows. It's really good. So here you go. It's muted. Cool.
Take your clothes off.
What's happening right now?
It's better if you keep your identity a secret. Here. I remembered you being bigger. I was a little drunk. I work better alone.
The hell, man?
Hello, Robert.
How do you move so quiet?
I float.
What the fuck?
I only came in as I thought we were playing Magic the Gathering tonight. I am hoping we still may.
Dispatch is great, and y'all should play it. Yeah, it's made with in conjunction with Critical Role. They are just absolutely stacked with voice power. It's great. And also like the actual gameplay is varied enough. That's a game. Yeah. It's also gorgeous. It's just like well framed and like written and all that. What's the premise? The premise is that you are a powerless superhero who gets stripped of the thing that allows you to do superhero shit. So you have to go and work as a hero dispatcher at a private agency. And it's great. You have to be able to like figure out which heroes need to go on which superhero calls, and you also have to like do a hacking minigame that gets more complicated the deeper into the game you go. And yeah. I just it's pretty great.
I am on episode 3 of Dispatch, can confirm it's an amazing narrative game. Also, hello, what do I miss?
It's so good. It's so good. Also, Invisigirl is best girl, okay? Look, don't fight me on this. She's just the best one. All right? Oh, it's a management game? I would say it is a narrative game with management elements in it. It's really, really good. So you're the guy in the chair? Yeah, exactly. You're like a 911 dispatcher, but for superheroes. And then there's like a lot of drama, and like you gotta keep the team together. It's a whole thing. And I gotta say, again, cannot stress enough, I have finished it, and I'm very upset that there isn't the season 2 already waiting for me at the end of this. It's so good. There's a Superman lookalike who's a total himbo. He's awesome. Yeah, I've never seen the inversion or the play on Superman where Superman's just a big stupid idiot. Like I've seen a lot of different versions of Superman, you know, evil Superman, dictator Superman, USSR Superman. I have never seen Superman, but he's just a depressed, stupid idiot. He's not stupid, he's Starfire. He's a bit stupid. It's like if you took Starfire and made her a little bit less quick on the uptake, which is saying something. It kind of looks like Tiger and Bunny, the game. Yeah! Love that you understand that reference, Nindreen. I love Tiger and Bunny. And it is very much like set in an era of superheroing where it seems kind of like the world has become more for profit, as it were. Like there are fewer and fewer heroes that are doing pro bono superhero work, and those that are continuing to do hero work have like professional agencies behind them, and it's really great. There's like a villain Superman or something like that. I mean, Bizarro Superman isn't really the same thing because he comes from another universe where everything is stupid like him. So like it doesn't quite translate. It's really great. Also, I have a soft spot in my heart for like aging like underdog superheroes. I love that. And that's what makes me a sucker for Tiger and Bunny. It's what makes me a sucker for Dispatch. It's some good stuff. Yeah, Bizarro isn't the bad guy. He's just not a good guy.
One thing I love
Exactly.
about My Hero Academia is the emphasis on what it means to be a true hero and not just one for money.
True. And I think that like Dispatch gives you the opportunity to kind of decide what sort of hero you want your character to be. You know?
Woo or something.
Hell yeah, Knife is Stuck. Thank you for subscribing with Prime. Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. And I don't know. I just really, really enjoyed Dispatch, and I hope you all will enjoy it too. It sounds like that apparently they have blasted through their 3-year target for sales in the span of like a month and a half. So I'm hoping that we're gonna get a sequel because I really fucking want one. I kid you guys not that if this was just like a running like every 2 weeks they release an episode or two, I would buy every single one. Salmon Moose, thank you for subscribing with Prime. Critical Role Productions has made a lot of has a lot of money to do things like this. Yeah, and apparently Ad Hoc Studios, the developer that made Dispatch, their next game is going to be set in Exandria, based on the Critical Role of adventures. So, unfortunately, it's not going to be Dispatch Season 2, but my hope is we'll get some narrative dice rolling, as it were, on that one. I have just been so on about Dispatch, and I'm so sad it's over. Disaster Suplex, I have played Super Monkey Ball. It's gonna be so much better, right?
How many different Supermans are there? It's like a Goku thing now. There can only be so many remixes. Also, didn't Critical Role do Vox Machina?
Yeah. Critical Role did Vox Machina and Mighty Nine. They've done a lot of stuff. We lost Jack to Dispatch for a day. It was a really good day. I really was looking forward to it. They had so much. A critical
role BG3 perhaps.
I mean, I wouldn't be mad about that, Astral Sea Star, but also like give me more Dispatch. I need it. I need workplace dramedy injected with superheroes injected directly into my veins. I need it. I need it so much. I'm gonna get the shakes if I don't get that fix. I'm gonna have to watch Invincible this season 2 through 4 just to not pass away while I wait. How much of a stretch goal for Expedition 33? We'll say 400 subs. I need to be able to get to, like, obviously the most important stuff on our to-do list, but hey, Donkey Man. Glad you took a personal day, Jack. Go have fun sometimes. I try to do that only on the weekends, but also, yeah. Christina, I do have Troubleshooter Abandoned Children. I have been waiting for it to exit early access. Is it out of early access yet? What are weekends? I don't get them. Hello, Outer Signal. All right.
Could you play in Stars and Time? It's not a long game, but it's great.
I have never heard of that. Let me just take a look. Maybe I could. I'll check it out. Like a year ago? Yeah, cool. If I can't make out with Flambe, I don't want it. God. I love every single one of the characters in Dispatch. It's so fucking good. All right. But that's not the only thing I wanted to show you guys. I also wanted to bring your attention to a couple other cool things that I've encountered recently. Number one is this game that apparently is coming out sometime in the near future, called Threads of Time. Now, I don't know how many of you have heard about this game yet, and but honestly, this looks like maybe one of the coolest like turn-based RPGs on the horizon, and I'm here for it. So let's take a quick look.
Welcome to the end, hero. When would you like to begin? What fate awaits your past? And what future?
It looks so stunning.
Uncover?
Yo, look at that thing! Look at those things! What the hell are those? Look at that weird little, like, plant guy! There's a mouse on a wolf!
Prepare to remake history.
Yo, I'm okay. Yeah, I'm here for New Age Chrono Trigger. Yeah, I'm here for that. Yeah, sign me up. Dinosaurs meet flying car future. Let's go. Hell yeah. Also, Valve released 3 pieces of hardware a week before the anniversary of Half-Life, and their last hardware release had a Half-Life release. Dexter meme music plays.
Goddamn, I love the indie renaissance AAA is kinda soulless nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, no, I mean the consolidation of all of these gaming companies under like Activision, Blizzard, King, Xbox, like it's all wild. When does Threads of Time come out? Unknown at this point. No release date. But I just wanted you all to know because I saw it and got excited. Now, I also wanted to show a couple films that I saw trailers for that I thought were just kind of neat, and I wanted to put on your radars. All right, this one, y'all have probably heard of already. It's directed by Gore Verbinski, and you know, I honestly wouldn't have pegged Gore Verbinski for making this type of movie, but you know what? I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of hooked by this trailer. Let's take a look real quick.
Hey! This isn't a robbery! I am from the future! And all of this goes horribly wrong. I come from a future which is totally and completely fucked. And I'm here to set it right.
Are any of you even listening to me?
You look homeless, bro. Fuck you two. I come from a nightmare apocalypse. This is the height of fucking fashion.
What we're dealing with doesn't interface with reality.
AI? Isn't that a thing already?
It gets a lot worse, honey.
Who's joining me? Who's ready to save the future? The revolution begins tonight!
Good luck, have fun, don't die.
Excuse me?
I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. You're in for a really weird night.
Yeah, I gotta be honest with you. I have no idea what this is, but I'm here for it. I wanna check it out. The gigantic hooves at the end, I'm like, is this like some kind of is this like are we talking like biblical prophecy? Like is this like the horsemen of the apocalypse coming?
Not
I'm
sure
excited.
if you like 80s anime, but check out the horror game Little Goody Two Shoes.
I love 80s anime and I own the video game Little Goody Two Shoes, but I haven't been able to play it cuz I'm busy with this stream. There we go. Now I do have one more film to show you guys, which is honestly just really up our collective alleys. Oh
Don't get too
shit!
used to it now, but you really need to play Expedition 33.
Well, alright, Dragonfly, thank you very much for the $100 dono! Oh my god! Thank you so fucking much. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you. Hell yeah. Dragonfly, thank you so very, very much. And let me make sure I'm accurate with my count here. Ba-ba-ba. All right. There we go. So if you want me to play Expedition 33, I will do so at 400 subs. Deal. Now, I have another film that just kind of looks like it would be up our alley, largely because I know many of you like the analog horror that we do. And I saw this trailer and I mean it just kind of seems like we'd enjoy it together. It's titled Man Finds Tape.
I want you to place your hand there on the TV screen. We're going to say a prayer today. Heavenly Father, protect us through all that should trouble us.
That is me. Why is this here? What is this doing up here?
Pour out a blessing among us, O Lord.
Right here is where I was like, oh shit. Okay, I'm paying attention. Because I really enjoyed The Endless as like an indie horror movie. And I'm excited to see where this goes.
Recently came out as gender fluid, non-binary. Feels a lot better.
Yo, Volturic, congratulations! Big step! Thank you very much for the $5 dono. And congratulations, do something nice for yourself.
The
Damn!
Expedition 33. The sooner we can get to other great games like Outer Wilds and Stars and Time and Slay the Princess along with everything else there isn't enough room to mention.
Hell yeah! Among Us? Nathan, thank you for the $100 dono! My god, thank you so much. Nathan, Jesus. Alright. Damn, guys. I would love to play Slay the Princess. I've been really looking forward to it for a long time. Just again, not something I have been able to prioritize in my life. But yeah, The Endless and Synchronic. I don't think I've seen Something in the Dirt, but I do like these two.
Keep us near your heart.
Something is happening here, and I need your help.
Also, I'm a sucker for
Something
found
like this
footage.
happens to you, like you don't trust reality anymore. I just remember waking up tied to that chair.
As the devil works, so shall the one true God. As the demons are working, so are the angels. And friends, there will be a visitation of man by the angels. God speaks through us in ways that we cannot understand. For as the shepherd calls, I say again, hallelujah, for when the shepherd calls.
Oh shit.
Did you feel it? That's the blessing.
Like, obviously it had to be released during December because it's not a fuck you, it's January film. You know? And I'm just kind of here for it. Like, creepy, like, horror that operates on so many different levels. Also, like, the spiraling kind of infinite staircase type imagery. I like it a lot. Scarier title, Tape Finds Man. God. Am I planning on talking about those AI robots, the Neo things? I gotta be honest, I don't know what you're talking about there. Do you mean like Tesla's new robots that suck ass? Also, I did want to just bring this up because I have one more game to show y'all. Sorry, two more games to show y'all. And then we'll get to politics. You guys ready? So, I saw this, and it's again something curated pretty much exclusively for this community. somehow. Like, I don't know how I'm finding all of these things that perfectly fit and appeal to what so many in this community would like. But, you know, here it is. I present to you Liminal City. Let's take a look, shall we? It's gonna Google your gobbles. Indeed, K-Thing. Just like a fascinating selection of liminal spaces. You know, I'm here for it. I'm here for just some wild space-based horror. Loki, I think The Backrooms is one of the best modern horror projects. As someone who studied horror media in college, I just love what it brings to the table. Isolation, paranoia, the uncanny valley. Yeah, no, like, I am still waiting for Kane Pixels
I
to
almost
get
forgot.
his
Have you seen the
film.
Paper Beats rock shirt from Walmart? That thing is abhorrent.
No? What? Did the Epstein nuke go boom yet? Not yet. It's getting closer all the time, though. Actually, if you want a liminal space in a city, IRL, go to Duluth, Minnesota during January, February at night. True. You will never see a more desolate space. Oh god, you've not seen it? It's a Nazi shirt? What? Oh no! Oh no! No! Who didn't see it? Who didn't see this? Are you fucking kidding me? Someone should have caught this! Oh my god, no! So, good news is they removed it, but, like, the bigger question is how the hell would that like, it's not even like a subtle, like, "Oh, no, that's it," they were trying to do rock, paper, scissors, like, this is like a straight up like, no, that's a Hitler salute hand. Jeez. Just god damn. We have zero tolerance for any prohibited or other or offensive products appearing on our marketplace, the statement read. The items in question were listed by a third-party seller and have been removed from our site for violating our prohibited products policy, which is also kind of like one of the reasons you don't put third-party sellers on your like website. Don't do that. Are they trying to be anti-woke? No, like Walmart has basically opened up its website so that third-party sellers can go onto the Walmart website and just put whatever they want. Like, also, yeah, not AI, just shitty Nazi shit. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, so, like, I used to work with a person named Brandon. As part of his welcome party, one of our admin people said, "We are going to have a Let's Go Brandon party." No! God. All right, I have one cool video game left to show you guys. Then we're done with this little showcase of just things I think are neat. All right. I want to present to you guys the announcement trailer for a game titled Neverway, which I just think looks cool as hell. So, here we go. Hell yeah. Yeah, basically, what if you took Stardew Valley and then made it dark as hell and threw in a little bit of Zelda? Yeah, Scaredew Valley, exactly. Also, let me take a quick look here. Which reminds me, at some point, I really, really want to see the Haunted Chocolatier come out. It's gonna be such a badass game. Cast and Chill is really good. You should check it out. Will do. Yeah, Stardew and Pathologic had a child, exactly. Did you like Bendy and the Ink Machine? Okay, I gotta be honest. I gotta be totally honest. I played that game at E3 so long ago that I thought that Bendy and the Ink Machine came out, I shit you guys not, like 10 years ago? And I feel like I keep seeing it announced like it's a new game, and I gotta be honest, I'm very confused. God, if he ever stops doing Stardew updates. No, I mean, he's gonna. He's got other people working for him now. They came out with a pre-sequel. Ah, cool. I'll have to check it out again. I remembered being like, I remember playing a bit of it at E3 and kind of bouncing a little bit, but I think I should just give it another shot. Do you know what game maker / engine thing is best for total noobs? I don't, but I bet Distron and Salmon Moose, to name just two people, would know. Your hair looks very vibrant. I love it. Thank you, Donkey Man. They announced a remake of Fatal Frame 2. Fuck yeah. Godot? Is Godot good? Alright. Brutus Magnuson might as well, yeah. Hola, Fennec the Rabbit. Howdy, howdy. Sorry about the ads. I wish I could not run ads, but Twitch does not give me that option. Let's see here. Godot is the shit? Hell yeah. You dye your hair? You bet your bootstraps I do. I make the undertone of my hair the overtone. Thoughts on Red Dead Redemption 2 Remastered? I tried to play it on my old computer and it got
Alvin
mad at
and the
me.
Ink Machine or Bendy and the Chipmunks the Squeakquel.
I don't know how to respond to that, Nathan, so I'm not going to. Thanks, Grinch sends his regards. If y'all want to see me all done and made up, I was on the Transatlantic Calling Show earlier today. It was a really good appearance, I think. So y'all should go check it out. All right. That's all I had to show you. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready to do content? Because I got, boy howdy, do I got content. There we go. Ready. Cool. Yes. Yes.
I have so many game recommendations. We should just do games instead of what I feltest content.
I'd be okay with that. If you guys have been paying attention to the YouTube channel for the last few days, I do want to apologize for just how much What If Alt His content came out all at once. But it was because I took a brief hiatus for 2 days. So that kind of attributes, that's what I attribute the glut of What If Alt His content right now. Excuse you, he's the emissary of Odin and we need to listen. I forgot. How silly of me.
By the way, if you think that the Epstein leak is going to stop MAGA from supporting him, I have a bridge to sell you.
I mean, I would hope it would. You know, the same way I would hope that, like, if finding out that someone was a pedophile means that you would stop associating with them, I would hope. But, you know, I've been wrong. To be fair, what if Alt Hist is best binged and forgotten like a vodka-soaked night? That was oddly poetic. What you can do. Trump is hemorrhaging support. Yeah, it's not very popular. But let's do. I have 2 stories, and then we'll do Epstein. Okay, 2 smaller stories, and then a little bit of Epstein. Can you guys bear with me through that?
Odin wouldn't touch that man. WTH at 24.5-foot pole. The Norse were fairly progressive.
I mean, fairly progressive, you know, relatively. Minus the mass slavery that they did. A lot of people forget about that part. The slave raids were not ideal at all. Guys, Riverboat Jack only shows us What If Alt History because she hates us, I assume? No, it's because you guys request it. And so I oblige. Things like women's rights seemed big. I mean, yeah, in certain ways more progressive than other areas, but also when it came to slavery, they were breaking new ground. All right, y'all ready? Okay, here we go. So, folks, many of you might recall about... Has it really only been like a little over a month? That's nuts. Okay, sorry, I just looked at the timestamp. But about a month ago, a little over a month ago, DHS performed one of its first big operations titled Midway Blitz in Illinois.
The content month, not a typo.
It's okay, Nathan. I appreciate the $5 dono. Now, Operation Midway Blitz, you might not remember what that is associated with. You will, however, probably remember that the Trump administration wanted to make it like the big poster child for how they were going to go into these crime-ridden neighborhoods and round up all of the undocumented gangbangers and then send them off back to where they came from. You know, like they were going to be big, tough guys. And so one of the things they did was they sent the camera crew along with one of these raids. And it's where we got images of like DHS agents jumping out of Black Hawk helicopters, rappelling down buildings, like going in. It's nuts. But we'll show the piece of propaganda that they put out here. All right? And it's... You know, brace yourselves. Wow, look at that. They went into an apartment complex at night. They got a gangbanger with no shirt on. Whoa! Look at them go! Absolutely destroying the undocumented immigrants. Definitely the case. I also want to remind you, this was the raid where they pulled a bunch of children out of the apartment complex, naked. You know, like, it was truly disgusting. And they use this to recruit folks. Now, obviously, in this raid, they claim to have made 900 arrests across the city during this night raid event. And I just have to throw out that ProPublica has been doing some incredible reporting. And just the other day, they posted this piece of great investigative journalism. I'm gonna copy the link into the chat so you guys can take a look at it for yourselves. But it is insane because no one in that video has been charged with a crime. None of the people that were pulled out of their homes at like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning were charged with a crime. Keep that in mind. On the night of the raid, heavily armed federal agents zip-tied Johnny Manuel Caicedo Ferreira's hands behind his back, marched him out of his Chicago apartment building, and put him up against a wall to question him. As a Black Hawk helicopter roared overhead, the slender 28-year-old immigrant from Venezuela answered softly, his eyes darting to a television crew invited to film the raid. Next to Caicedo, masked Border Patrol agents inspected another man's tattoos and asked him if he belonged to Tren de Aragua, the Venezuelan gang that the Trump administration has designated a terrorist group. Until that moment, Caicedo's only interaction with law enforcement in his 2.5 years in the United States had been a traffic stop 2 weeks earlier for driving without a license or insurance, according to the records we reviewed. Chicago police had run a background check on him and found no prior arrests, no warrants, and no evidence that he was in a gang. Caicedo said he had a pending asylum application, a steady job at a taco joint, and a girlfriend whose daughter attended elementary school across the street. None of that mattered. The U.S. government paraded him and his neighbors in front of the cameras and called their arrests a spectacular victory against terrorism. But later, after the cameras had gone, prosecutors didn't charge Caicedo with a crime. They didn't accuse him of being a terrorist. And after a brief hearing in immigration court, the government sent him back to the country he had fled 9 years earlier.
Dino dance.
Hammock 1, thank you for the sub. But they didn't charge him with anything. But not only did they not charge him with anything, they didn't charge any of those people with anything. Scrolling down a bit, a ProPublica investigation, however, has found little evidence to support the government's claims. ProPublica has discovered the names of 21 of the detained Venezuelan men and women and interviewed 12 of them. We also spoke with dozens of their relatives, friends, and neighbors, and we reviewed U.S. public records databases and court websites, examined court documents and social media accounts, obtained audio and video recordings made of that night, and attended immigration court hearings. Federal prosecutors have not filed criminal charges against anyone who was arrested. No criminal charges against any of the people arrested. None. They're calling these people terrorists, and they're saying, oh, they're all criminals. They're the bad ones. And they aren't doing anything illegal. No one in that building was charged with crimes. Insane. Nor have they revealed any evidence showing the 2 immigrants arrested in the building belonged to the Tren de Aragua gang, or even provided their names. ProPublica was nonetheless able to identify one of them, Ludwig Jean-Pierre Perez, from a press release that did not connect him to the raid. Para denied that he is a member. I don't want anything to do with that, Para, 24, said during an interview from an Indiana jail where at least 17 of the men were taken after the raid. I'm very worried. I don't know why they are saying that. I came here to find a better future for me and my family. Our review of criminal records indicates that Chicago police arrested Parra for drug possession and driving without a license after a traffic stop last year, but the charges were dropped, and we found no for other arrest records. Like, you can't even claim that these people are criminals. They're doing like minor violations or things that had so little evidence against them that local police dropped the charges. Yeah, like Kilgore Trout, like when people are saying ICE is the new Gestapo, is the American Gestapo, like it's backed up. It's a valid comparison. Like, I don't know what else you call it when you have armed and body armored men in like dropping from Black Hawk helicopters onto apartment complexes to like blow the entire shit up. Like they were blowing doors off the hinges. They were like ransacking people's apartments. They were just like breaking everything in sight. Afterwards, people were comparing it to like a war zone. And not any of them none of the people they arrested committed crimes. They broke into an apartment complex for no reason, rounded up everyone in there, held them without charges, and have just been deporting men. And because, keep in mind, what happens here is that they round all these people up, arrest them, saying, oh, we're going to charge you with crimes. Then they never charge them with crimes. Right? They never charge them with crimes. And instead they're like, oh, no, well, I guess we're not going to charge you with crimes, but we are going to try and deport you because you're, you're not sufficiently American. It's really gross. It's really fucking gross. Just insane. As the detained men have gone to immigration court, many have been asked to be sent back to Venezuela. ProPublica has observed 8 of their hearings, and not once has a government attorney mentioned any pending criminal charges or membership in Trinidad. Instead, judges have simply ordered them deported, like Caicedo, or granted them voluntary departure, a sign that they are not seen as a serious threat and can apply to return to the United States. And the thing is, a lot of these people are taking those offers because they're being tortured in immigration detention. They are being tortured by their captors. They're trying to be they are getting strong-armed into voluntarily leaving. It is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Am I wrong to call MAGA a more extreme form of fascism? No, they're just fascists. The fascism is extreme. They're not some secret super fascist. They're just fascists. Don't give them more credit for like somehow pioneering worse ideology. Their ideology is disgusting enough. They're given paperwork in English with no translator or ones that lie. Yeah. It's all fucking rigged. And anyway, I do highly encourage you guys to read the entire ProPublica article because it is fascinating. Exactly how just despotic and dystopian the current American government is when it comes to what it's doing with DHS and ICE. And like, it's worth noting that things are getting so bad that even the Catholic
While
Church
Trump
is
the
getting
face
involved.
Of this, we need to not just call out him for this. The ideas that lead to these outcomes, focusing on a single big bad, will just let this happen again down the last.
I mean, true, Nathan. Like, that's why I think it's worthwhile to expand the scope of what is happening beyond just Trump into MAGA. Because, like, let's be real, MAGA is the movement that has bought entirely into the ideas of Donald Trump. And the ideas of Donald Trump are fascist. Right? Thank you for the $5 dono, by the way. But yeah, the Pope from Chicago is basically saying, hey guys, what you're doing in America is not very cool. Cut it out. Apparently, Pope Leo has been hurting the bishops to condemn Donald Trump's ICE raids, and that has actually come to pass. Nearly all U.S. Catholic bishops united in Baltimore to denounce the Trump administration's inhumane deportation campaign, a near unanimous, unprecedented moral stand against a sitting president. Like, I don't know. Like, can we get Pope Leo to excommunicate JD Vance? Is that too much to ask? Can Chicago Pope excommunicate the vice president? It's all I ask. All right. Like, I have a bunch of qualms with the Catholic Church, but, you know, using the power of the church to condemn, like, Gestapo raids, I'm pretty okay with. And also, I'm pretty okay with if Pope Leo excommunicates JD Vance, because that would just be fucking hilarious. Well, Ophelia, the Pope can't excommunicate Matt Walsh because Matt Walsh is an evangelical. To Dan Bovino, the Pope's words are water off a duck's back. Yeah, but, like, understand it does matter what the popes and the bishops say to Catholics. Might not matter to Dan Bovino, because let's be real, Dan Bovino probably only cares about two things: arresting immigrants and beating his wife. Probably.
Well, JD did unalive THR previous pope. That's probably worth an excommunication.
That's true. That is true, Nathan. JD Vance personally pulled a gun on the previous pope. No, I'm kidding. It didn't happen. Don't quote me on that. But I will say, you know, I wouldn't put it past this pope to uncover a secret commandment, the 11th commandment: "Thou shalt not fuck couches." You know, it's the secret one. They found a fragment of the second tablet. It's only one commandment was on there. God. Pope Francis being kinder to gay people actually turned my parents to be less homophobic. No joke. I believe it. I believe it. And it's kind of why it's important that this pope is, like, seemingly very anti the Trump administration. Yeah, like, this pope is dissolving Opus Dei. Like, you know, as far as popes go, he's a pretty decent pope so far. Wait, does Matt Walsh claim to be Catholic? Oh, like, yeah, let's get him excommunicated too. I'm all right. I don't give a fuck. I don't believe in it, so yeah.
On the one hand, JD Vance killed the Pope. On the other hand, he did create a job for an American. I dunno.
You did dono. Knifeiest Duck, thank you for the $5 dono. And also, just as an FYI, that did bring us to 69 subs, so nice.
I am imagining a little corner piece at the bottom of the emerald tablet. TGAT just says don't screw the furniture.
Walsh is an anti-Vatican II Catholic. That makes a lot of sense, actually. All right. With that being said, just worth noting that if anyone ever tries to tell you that, like, oh, ICE is rounding up the bad ones, bring up this incident. Bring up this incident from Operation Midway Blitz, because guess what? They're just arresting innocent people who haven't done anything wrong, and they're rounding them up en masse and then not charging them with crimes, ruining their entire lives, holding them without criminal charges. It's really, really gross. Sectional healing, the best JD Vance video. Oh god. Also, go check me out on the line. All right, there we go. Segment done. Also, like, comment, and subscribe. Do the things that help the show. You do the things. And with that, we're done with the segment. There we go. Forgive my whiteness. You're forgiven, Asuka. Go with, yourself. Hello, Shoot Bang. Yeah, click the goddamn button. We haven't played the button song. Here you go. Go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click All right, folks. Let's talk real quick.
Real quick, can we check out the atheist's nightmare, the banana?
I genuinely have no idea what that means, Nathan. Thank you for the $5 dono, though. But also, no, we're going now. We're cooking. Okay, here we go. We're just rolling right into the next segment. Here we go. So, folks, I wanted to talk real quick about one of Donald Trump's latest executive orders, which is titled Fostering the Future for American Children and Families. And let's just get into it, because basically Donald Trump, along with Melania, have decided that they want to overhaul the American foster care system. And basically everything that they're doing seems really not great. So let's take a look, shall we? My administration is dedicated to empowering mothers and fathers to raise their children in safe and loving homes. When crises prevent such an arrangement, our nation's foster care system must be ready to serve children in need. Today's foster care system must be improved in a number of important ways. Let's see what the improvements are, I guess. Children must stay in foster care for years.
Now that I have power back and I'm watching stream
Cliff.
say senators and fishnets emote when hashtag Team Arden cuz seeing you defend that was so worth it. Pepe laugh.
Hell yeah, Cliff. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Appreciated. But here's where it starts turning bad, like almost immediately. Children often stay in foster care for years, and those who transition out due to age frequently face uncertain futures without the support systems essential to educational, career, and relational success. Many caseworkers are overburdened. Information systems are often outdated. Some jurisdictions and organizations maintain policies that discourage or prohibit qualified families from serving children in need as foster and adoptive parents. And right here, we start getting into the bad shit. Because of their sincerely held religious beliefs or adherence to basic biological truths. So, basically what this is doing is that it is loosening the standards of who can foster children. And in our country, there are, or have been historically, a number of standards that families or organizations need to meet in order to be deemed safe enough to have foster kids. You know, basically the idea being if you're going to foster kids, you shouldn't be indoctrinating them into your religious beliefs, and you shouldn't be, you know, bigoted towards them. And what Donald Trump is saying here is, let's let religious organizations foster children. Let's let, you know, parents who want to adhere to basic biological truths foster trans kids. So, yeah, this is one of those things where like, no, actually this is incredibly bad. Just right off the bat. And this has also been, I want to point out, a long-term goal for a lot of folks on the religious right, because they want to bring back kind of this idea of Christian indoctrination to, like, you know, the poor, the impoverished, the folks who are bound, the children who are bouncing around the foster care system. They want to like inject organized religion into that and allow churches to kind of set up networks of religiously funded foster care. And it's not good. Also, it opens it up to pedos. I mean, well, sadly, you know, the current foster care system we have is also not perfect. So, yeah. Our nation's children and youth and the families who care for them deserve better. To that end, my administration, with special leadership from the First Lady, will harness federal support, technology, and strategic partnerships to provide young Americans in or transitioning out of the foster care system with the tools they need to become successful adults. Section 2. Modernizing the child welfare system. The Secretary of Health and Human Services shall, within 180 days of the date of this order, take appropriate action to update applicable regulations, policies, and practices to improve the collection, publication, utility, and transparency of state-level child welfare data, including by improving collection of data and information indicative of child well-being and safety, eliminating duplicative or unnecessary high-cost, low-value reporting requirements, and expanding and expediting child welfare data publication. So, yeah, if you are getting rid of high-cost data collection, low and deeming certain information low value that is currently being collected, it means that you're basically opening up these children to more abuse. Like, the collection of this data that already exists is intended to protect those children. Right? Yeah, and Bregwin brings up an excellent point that it's likely going to be driven by some kind of AI model. You know? 2. Promote modernization of state child welfare information systems and use the most effective foster care management and outcome tracking platforms, including by incorporating such modernization efforts as are part of information exchange with or technical assistance provided to states. 3. Expand states' use of technological solutions, including predictive analytics. Again, AI bullshit, and tools powered by artificial intelligence, again, to increase caregiver recruitment and retention rates, improve caregiver and child matching, and deploy federal child welfare funding to maximally effective purposes and recipients. Like, okay, so we're talking about using an AI system to dole out, like, funding for foster families? Like, what is this? And Brooklyn to NW brings up the point, not collecting data will have the effect of disappearing them so they can possibly be used for slave labor. Well, we're getting to that because we need to talk about the opportunities that they get in the foster care system. We haven't gotten there yet. 4. Publish annually a scorecard that measures and is used to evaluate state-level achievement of key outcomes and metrics that reduce unnecessary entries into foster care. Again, unnecessary entries into foster care? Like, what? It's gonna... What are you talking about? If children need, foster families, they need... Alright. Decrease the time between reports of child maltreatment and investigations. Reduce child injuries and fatalities caused by caregiver neglect and abuse. Increase caregiver recruitment and retention. Improve caregiver and child matching. Reduce placement disruptions. Decrease the average time that children spend in foster care. Accelerate permanent placement for children. And increase partnerships and collaboration with appropriate non-governmental entities, including faith-based organizations.
My prediction is they will just claim whatever shitty decisions they make is AI and thus is proven to work.
I mean...
Yeah, screw that.
Yeah, probably. But I would also just point out here, accelerate permanent placement for children. What does that mean? Well, in practical terms, what it means for the in the foster care system is that, typically foster children are held in the system for 2 years, and before they then get placed in permanent, like, families. They become available for, like, adoption or what have you. And that is to give their family of origin time to get their shit together so that they can, provide a safe environment to their child, right? That time window is very important because it's the window during which a child can be, like, reclaimed from the foster system. And so when you are talking about accelerating placement, permanent placement for these children, you're talking about narrowing the window of time where their family of origin can get them. Yeah, like, I'm not gonna lie, I read this and I just start seeing flashbacks of, like, the residential school system. Like, this seems really, really bad. Oh, this really is just going to open up kids to more abuse and human trafficking? Yeah. Yeah. And increase partnerships and collaboration with appropriate non-governmental entities, including faith-based organizations. Because again, a lot of this is the desire to redirect children to, Southern Baptist organizations that will do, conversion therapy or, put them to work in the fields, etc. Building their character. It's wild. We're not at the end yet either. Section 3, Fostering the Future. The Secretary of Health and Human Services, in coordination with the Office of the First Lady and heads of other relevant executive departments and agencies, shall, within 180 days of the date of this order, establish a Fostering the Future initiative to develop partnerships with agencies and leading private sector organizations academic institutions, and nonprofit entities to create new educational and employment opportunities for individuals who are in or are transitioning out of the foster care system. And I do want to note a change in language here, which is that instead of talking about them as children, they're talking about them as individuals. Notice that there has now been a change in the language here quite a bit. Because you're talking about children in the foster system. Adults typically aren't in the foster care system. And so if we're talking about employment opportunities available, we're talking about child labor. We're oh god. B, develop a plan to launch in conjunction with the National Design Studio. And if any of you are wondering what the hell is the National Design Studio, I got good news for you. I did some digging. And didn't prep the tabs, so that's my bad. But if you're not familiar, don't worry, because a lot of people aren't, because it's pretty new. Wow, look at this, an official website of the United States government. Well, it says it on here, it must be true. The National Design Studio is leading the America by Design initiative, working to improve how Americans experience their government online, in person, and the spaces in between. And that's the only thing on this website other than signing up for a newsletter and applying to work there. And that's it. And except that there's a link to this Twitter profile. So let's go there, and you get this, and you get a couple of these different websites. And the National Design Studio is like retweeting different things. Like, what is this, right? Well, if you go down all the way to the first post here, you will notice that the first post from the National Design Studio is from Edward Korestein. Now, who might Edward Korestein be? Let's take a look. Oh, some call me Big Balls. That's right, folks. This is an initiative created by the Doge Boys. That's right. This guy is going to be in charge of helping the initiative with foster care children. And not only that, of course, you've also got Joe Gebbia, who's also, I believe, one of the other Doge Boys here. And you'll see back in August, I'm honored to be appointed by President Trump as the first chief design officer of the United States of America. And basically, what the National Design Studio is supposed to do is to go around. Yeah, he's another one of the Doge guys. It's their job now is to go around and redesign different Trump initiatives or different government websites to make them look slick and nice for the modern era. Except, they're doing a lot of other shady stuff because they're using all of that data, obviously, in a number of different ways. Yeah, it's their propaganda wing, etc. Hence why National Design Studio is being tasked with creating a Fostering the Future online platform to help individuals who have been in foster care by assessing their current needs, providing guidance regarding accessing federal, state, and local programs and services for which they are eligible, including housing, education, employment, healthcare, and mentoring services, offering a searchable database of those and other available resources, and generating customized plans that support their self-sufficiency and success.
Return of the Doughboys.
Right? Thank you for the $5 dono, Nathan. But keep in mind here, folks, in principle, right, I don't have a big problem with there being like some kind of online portal that you can look at that has a bunch of great resources that you and people in a situation like yours can access, right? I don't really have a problem with that. What I do kind of have a problem with here, though, is that this website is just going to be collecting a bunch of data from children. And then notice the language here: generating customized plans that support their self-sufficiency and success, which is basically this online portal is going to use AI to generate uh basically a life plan or different services you can or cannot access based on the data you've input into the system. Not great. C. Develop a strategy to reallocate funds returned by states from federal programs designed to assist individuals transitioning out of foster care, so that such returned funds are used to promote educational success, occupational advancement, and financial literacy and self-sufficiency for individuals transitioning out of foster care. And I just want you all to know that when returned funds are being used to promote educational success, they're talking about like private school vouchers, right? Like they're talking about private school vouchers and basically gigantic handouts to bullshit. They're bullshit friends who are going to make bullshit companies to just siphon off this cash. You know, it's all bullshit that they're going to grift off of. Ay, ay, ay. Increase flexibility in education and training vouchers to expand access to individuals transitioning out of foster care to short-term career-focused and credential awarding programs, and facilitate, in coordination with the Secretary of the Treasury and the Secretary of Education, state use of educational scholarships created through tax-credited donations to scholarship granting organizations for children in foster care. The use of educational scholarships created through tax credited donations to scholarship granting organizations. So basically, you know, rich folks can funnel money into these scholarship programs to create their own workforce. It's cool stuff. Just let's use foster children to pad our bottom line. Section 4, maximizing partnerships with Americans of faith. The Secretary of Health and Human Services, in coordination with the Director of the White House Faith Office and the Director of the White House Office of Intergovernmental Affairs, shall A. take appropriate action to address state and local policies and practices that inappropriately prohibit participation in federally funded child welfare programs by qualified individuals or organizations based on their sincerely held religious beliefs or moral convictions. It's gross. Did you miss the Epstein stuff? No, it's coming up. B. Take appropriate action to increase partnerships between agencies and faith-based organizations and houses of worship to serve families whose children have been placed in foster care or are at risk of being placed in foster care. I would also just throw out there that, like, if you're a Christian nationalist and you're, like, super chill about this, are you super chill about the idea of, like, the government working in conjunction with, like, Muslim organizations? Are you super thrilled? Like, because, like, this should work in a number of different directions that you would not be okay with.
Church and state.
Yeah, we do, Nathan. We really, really do. But, like, Christian nationalists like this because they understand Donald Trump is also, you know, a Christian nationalist, though he might not ideologically believe in the cause. And they are banking on the fact that, like, oh yeah, you're obviously going to prioritize Christians and not, you know, Muslims or Jewish people or any of the other minor religions of the United States. And like, I mean, they're probably right about that, but like, this all sucks. Like, we had standards for this for a reason, so that children weren't just indoctrinated into different religions, so that being in the foster care system wasn't essentially a way of, you know, proselytizing to children. You know, like, there was a reason we had that barrier. And also, just as a reminder, like, religious institutions and families could still participate in the foster care system before. It's just that they had to meet standards. God. Oh, great, that's going to enable conversion therapy for foster kids. Yeah, like, I understand that this executive order comes with like a genuine price tag in like the lives of children, you know? Not all kids are going to make it through this. Section 5, General Provisions. Nothing in this order shall be construed to impair or otherwise affect the authority granted by law to execute department or agency or head thereof. This shall... This is just general cover your ass stuff. Okay. It's genuinely a pretty heinous order, and I'm pretty upset about it, to be completely honest with you guys. It's going to be dressed up as making the system more efficient. Yeah. No, it is. It's going to be like, oh yes, you see, we have a more efficient system because we use AI now. And we've allowed all of the big religions to indoctrinate the foster children. God. It's really, really awful. So, with that being said, like the stream, comment, subscribe, do the things that help the channel grow. I'm so mad I can't end this properly, but we're done with the segment. Radicalize the wine moms, radicalize the grill dads. We cannot let this stay in place. 10,000%. Now is the time, by the way, if you're feeling upset and angry about all this shit, join your local Dems, radicalize them. Join your local
There's a bunch
DSA.
of different remixes of the original on YouTube, but the Banana the Atheist's Nightmare is a short video where a religious man uses a banana to prove God with sexy undertones played strat.
What? All right. Maybe I'll check that out sometime. Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. Don't states control the foster system, though? Yeah, but I think the funding is federal, or at least a large portion of the funding is federal. And thus the federal government can put a bunch of, like, bullshit on it. Can we play a Jazz Dog song right quick? Hell yeah, we can.
I'm late to the stream. Did we already discuss Jerry Falwell and his creepy religious organization that profited from adoptions? And pressured it expecting mothers to surrender their children?
No, we haven't talked about Jerry Falwell, but fuck that guy. Also, thank you for the $10 super chat media breakdown. Very much appreciated. And, God. All right, folks, we've been going for about 2 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and do consider supporting the stream financially if you are at all able. Very much appreciated. And also, if we hit 400 subs, I will play. I will play Expedition 33. And you know, I think that'd be fun and cool. So anyway. Go, go, go. Click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click button, click button, click button, click Let's go! All right. Y'all, let's do it. Let's dive into the Epstein shit, shall we? Also, just as a heads up, everyone, Starbucks workers are officially on
I
strike.
think we could all use a bit of dopamine. Might I suggest The Atheist's Nightmare? If you don't find it funny, I'll donate $50.
Well, you know, $50 is $50. So I will check that out. And also, thank you for the $5 dono. Yeah, no one crossed that picket line for that Starbucks, okay? Y'all better be holding steady with the 12,000 Starbucks workers that are on strike now. Well, actually, sorry, correction. 12,000 aren't on strike at the moment, though the workers are striking and could increase their strike to include up to 12,000 Starbucks workers. So I guess they've got rolled out the first wave of the strike. Let's see here.
And
I'm gonna steal myself. The Atheist's Nightmare.
And I've since learned that when you really look at the evidence, the truth is it takes more faith to be an atheist than it does to believe in God. You've really got to ignore the facts. It's funny how we equate the word atheism with intellectual, when it's the exact opposite. That's right. Kirk, I have an intellectually stimulating theory. It's my theory of where the soda can may have come from.
What?
Billions.
Wait, what? Why do you need a theory of where a soda can comes from? What?
Years ago, there was a big bang in space. Nobody knows what caused the big bang. It just happened. And from this bang issued this huge rock. On top of the rock was found a sweet, brown, bubbly substance. And over millions of years, aluminum crept up the side, formed itself in a can, then a lid, and then a tad. And then millions of years later,
red paint. One Piece sometime.
I should. One Piece is really good. I've watched a few episodes. I've watched like halfway through the first arc. You know, like
blue paint, white paint fell from the sky and formed itself into the words, 12 fluid ounces. Do not litter. You're saying, what are you doing? You're insulting my intellect. And so I am. Because we know if the can is made, there must be a maker. If it's designed, there must be a designer. To believe the soda can happened by chance is to move into an intellectual free zone.
Well, wait, no, because, like, you can actually still arrive at that conclusion by stipulating that in a chaotic universe, life could, of course, arise that is capable of ordering said chaos to some degree, at least temporarily, and that intellect could create a soda can.
To have an echo when you think. It's to have brain liposuction.
What?
Hold this, Kirk. Behold the atheist's nightmare. Now, if you study a well-made banana, you'll find on the far side there are 3 ridges. On the close side, 2 ridges. If you get your hand ready to grip a banana, you'll find on the far side there are 3 grooves, on the close side 2 grooves. The banana and the hand are perfectly made one for the other. You'll find the maker of the banana, Almighty God, has made it with a non-slip surface. It has outward indicators of...
There's a lot of things wrong with this, but first and foremost, like, we made bananas. We made the bananas. Like, this is exactly the fucking same thing as the soda can, because we made the soda can, but we also made the fucking bananas!
Inward contents: green, too early; yellow, just right; black, too late. Now, if you go to the top of the banana, you'll find, as with the soda can makers, they placed a tab at the top. So God has placed a tab at the top. When you pull the tab, the contents don't squirt in your face. You'll find the wrapper, which is...
He's doing this in the gayest possible way.
biodegradable, has perforations. Notice how gracefully it sits over the human hand.
Oh wow, a fruit is biodegradable? Wow! I'm mad. I'm just actively mad. God also made bananas slippery if you litter them because he's a scamp. Yeah, God's just a sucker for vaudevillian comedy.
Notice it has a point at the top for ease of entry. It's just the right shape for the human mouth. It's chewy, easy to digest, and it's even curved toward the face to make the whole process so much easier.
Well, this guy really likes that whole curved up to the face to make the whole process so much easier bit. Look at his smile and his stance.
Seriously, Kirk, the whole of creation testifies to the genius of God's creative hand. It absolutely does. You think of the...
He opened it up, downside up. Look, I have a confession to make. I also open up my I open my bananas like that. All right? I open my bananas like he did. I know it's not the right way to do it, but I do open them that way. 'Cause I like to. I open it like a blasphemer, indeed.
Human eye. It has 40,000 nerve endings and focusing muscles that move more...
God, he looks like a stupid version of Neil Patrick Harris.
...than 100,000 times a day. The human eye has over 137 million light-sensitive cells. And even Charles Darwin himself said,
"To suppose that the eye could have been formed by natural selection seems, I freely confess, absurd in the highest degree."
Except that was his argument. Darwin's argument was that it was made by that.
He's got it all wrong. It's not made to fit your hand. It's made to fit your inure.
God, I just... It's so frustrating. I'm trying to. Thank you for the 100 knock or Norwegian kroner. Thank you very much. Appreciated. I've never seen this before, and this does seem like something I would have been shown at Bible camp growing up, and I'm thankful I never encountered this. Though it might have shaken my faith a lot sooner.
So even the creator of the theory of evolution says it just goes against my common sense and logic. And so
Yeah, because the guy who created evolution wasn't basing the theory on his common sense and intuition. He was basing it off of his observations and data collection.
Did
God
you
damn
know
it.
that your immune system doesn't know about the proteins in your eye? If it does learn about those proteins, your immune system destroys your eyes. Intelligent design, baby.
It's true. Like, if you like I'm sorry, but like the complicated systems don't mean they're like it's impossible to arise from like a chaotic soup. Like, you know what else are complicated systems? Fucking like the orbits of the solar system. That's fucking complicated stuff. All right? Just because it's complicated doesn't mean it was impossible. Like, oh wow, when you look at all the movements of everything in the galaxy, how could that have been made if not by an intelligent being? It's just like, well, I don't know. I don't look at that and think like, oh man, it requires some supreme intellect to throw a bunch of shit together in a seemingly random cacophony. And I'm sorry, this is a bad bad argument. Fixer at home in Cugsley, thank you for the $5 donos a piece. But like a lot of folks genuinely think, oh well, because we seem to be organized. What? Have you ever met like a human person? Like have you ever met like just someone who's sickly all the time? Like have you ever looked around and seen other people coughing with like boogers coming out everywhere and like fluids? We're disgusting. We're disgusting amalgamations of flesh that have been granted like enough intelligence and awareness to be able to like discern what we are. And it's honestly really eldritch in its nature when you think of it that way. But like just kind of seems like it doesn't in fact take an intelligent creator to throw a bunch of shit together until something somewhere happens like us. That's the demons, the mucus demons. I'm pretty sure we saw some of those mucus demons in like the Mucinex commercials. Yeah, like I don't know, like if we were really designed intelligently, like Tanner Dude Man brings up a good point. I do want to know why our holes were put so close together. And why is it at all possible for us to shit ourselves to death? That seems like a flaw to me. I think if I were to design a human body, it would not be able to shit itself to death. God. Because God is a scamp that loves pranks. Oh yeah, I forgot. Is that why there are only 3 holes? Yeah. 2-hole theory. I don't know. I just, like, evolution doesn't have a purpose. You know, like, it just is. It is how life behaves. And it just seems to be, like, attributing so much import to, like, the whims of, like, procreation seems very silly to me. God. Sex is weird, bizarre, confusing, and cool. At least the way I do it. It's cool and fun, too. But, yeah. That being said, I think we've all seen enough here. There we go. We did it. We watched Man versus Banana, or whatever this is called. Ray Comfort on the Banana. Cool. As an ace person, sex is weird, bizarre, and confusing. Fair. The cans that Coca-Cola use and most manufacturers of soda beverages use have numbers like this stamped onto the bottom. It means the line of machines that made the can, and it also tells you which number of machines made the can. Cans are traceable. That's genuinely crazy. Huh. That is a fun fact I can't give a duck.
Thanks for the excellent bit, Jack. I feel I won that bet, but it was still worth a cool $40.
That's fair. That's fair, Nathan. I'll take the hit on the additional 5. I was mildly entertained by that man talking about filleting a banana unintentionally. That was good. Whew. Maybe nipples are God's mark of manufacturing. That's why he leaves them on boys. Well, no, because boys/men can also use nipples, but we don't need to get into that right now. Look, all I'm saying is if you look into the science and look into what people have discovered recently, it turns out men can lactate. So, fellas, no reason for you to hold back now, okay? When you have a child, you better get to lactating. All right? Pull your weight. And nipples are fun for other things. Well, yeah, that too. Yeah. Man milk? Yep. I'm still so mad Ken has palate cleanser. I feel like we just did a palate cleanser. Oh no, you guys have summoned the man milk. Oh dear. How to man milk? No! I'm a man and I love my nipples. Oh dear. It's true. Your friendly reminder that all human beings have breast tissue.
Here is to your first appearance on the line. Red heart emoji. So happy to see you there, D.
Christians Against Dinosaurs. It was a really fun time. I encourage everyone to check it out. I thought I did pretty well.
Man milk, or is it baby batter?
It's definitely not baby batter, because that is definitely something that comes out of a different part of the human body. Jesus. Oh, nipples are there in case you want to make them bigger later on. God is a trans ally. That's actually really thoughtful of God. Thank you, God, for helping trans girls out. God. Does anyone ever think, you know, sorry, Fixer at home just said I call that nutmeg sauce, and I'm not going to touch that, but I am going to tell you guys about something I think of when it gets to be this time of year every year, which is, and I don't know how many of you guys remember this. Stephen Colbert, back when he was still doing the Colbert Report, did a Christmas special, and I think about that Christmas special all the time. All the time. And there was a song performed on that Christmas special. Can I find it? Yeah.
Nutmeg, sweet, sweet nutmeg. On the 25th, I'm gonna cover you with my nutmeg. Ooh, my sweet brown nutmeg. Girl, don't make me beg. I wanna know your head. Yes, I do.
Okay, enough of that. It's just an overly sexy song about nutmeg and how great it is and how you want to sprinkle it on everything. If you're reading anything else into it, that's because you're disgusting. Isn't nutmeg banned in the US? Not to my knowledge. Just don't eat too much nutmeg, folks, because it can make you throw up and also maybe hallucinate. Yes, you can get high on nutmeg. I haven't done it, but from reports, don't try to get high on nutmeg. Okay? Don't do it. All right. With that being said, it's fine. Threaten us with a good time? No, it's gonna be a bad time. I can't make it clear enough that if you attempt that, it is going to be a very bad time. Now, folks, just want to say we're about to jump into the Epstein nuke. I hope you all are prepared. True.
Apple seeds contain cyanide. Be safe, kids.
Though you have to eat an awful lot of apple seeds. Megalovania starts playing in the background. What about some healthy man milk? Oh dear. I just want to be able to purchase LSD from the gas station like God intended. Oh no. Will man milk get me high? No, but I guess a cool milkman might. That's how Johnny Appleseed died? Yeah, doing nutmeg on one hand, apple seeds on the other. Jesus. All right, folks, you ready? You ready? The man milk discourse is going nuclear. What have you done? I did nothing. You guys are milking yourselves. Mildly muscular MILF. What the hell? God. Stone Corbel, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for getting us over the 3-digit mark. Let's go. All right. Why are you turning at me? You...
Oh, I am gonna milk all over stream.
No! I need that stream. All right. Let's do it, shall we? Can we call boobs milk tanks? No! Stop it! Alright, here we go. Oh, 1 second. I gotta blow my nose real quick. I'm still here. Don't go anywhere. But I'm gonna mute for a second.
Come on and take a walk with me through this green and growing land. Walk through the meadows and the mountains and the sand. Walk through the valleys and the rivers and the plains. Walk through the sun and walk through the rain. Here is a land full of power and glory, beauty that words cannot recall. All her power shall rest on the strength of her freedom. Glory shall rest on us all. From Colorado, Kansas, and the Carolinas too, Virginia and Alaska, from the old to the new, Texas and Ohio and the California shore. Tell me who could ask for more? Here is a land full of power and glory, beauty that words cannot recall. All her power shall rest on the strength of her freedom. Glory shall rest on us all. Yet she's only as rich as the poorest of the poor, only as free as a padlocked prison door, only as strong as our love for this land, only as tall as we stand. For here is a land full of power and glory, beauty that words cannot recall. All her power shall rest on the strength of her freedom. Glory shall rest on us all. Come on and take a walk with me through this green and growing land. Walk through the meadows and the mountains and the sand. Walk through the valleys and the rivers and the plains. Walk through the sun and walk through the rain. Here is a land full of power and glory. Beauty that words cannot recall. For her power shall rest on the strength of her freedom. Glory shall rest on us all. On us all.
Hello, I'm back. I just had to like, you know, get something out of my nose. Chimps need a milkin'? No, they don't. You had horchata, but have you tried horchato? I don't know what that means, but horchata is delicious. Mute 8 your dono message? Well, let me take a look. Ah. Milk reserves have depleted, Mr. President. Can you help? A very unfortunate message to send right as we're about to jump into the Epstein segment, but you know, that's okay. Can I say something controversial yet brave about horchata? I don't know how many of you remember Rockstar horchata, but it was maybe one of the best Rockstar flavors, and I feel like it really shouldn't have worked. But I miss it all the time. I miss it all the time. Rockstar horchata was the shit. That sounds fucking weird. It was great. Like, if you've ever wanted a milky, spiced beverage that also makes you feel like you can lift a truck because it has so much caffeine in it, it was great. That had a chai one too. That was dope. Hell yeah, Dead Urker knows what's up. All right, you guys ready? Are you gonna get the silly out of your system so we can tackle this Epstein topic?
If we're talking about weird food stuff, mine is tortilla chips with Sweet Baby Ray's barbecue sauce.
That actually sounds like it bangs, because I'm not gonna lie, Sweet Baby Ray's barbecue sauce is good on basically anything. If you get like a spicy barbecue from Sweet Baby Ray's, yeah, I'd fucking devour that. You want to know a filthy snack that I love? Sriracha on chips. Like, get some tortilla chips and put some sriracha on those bad boys. It's some of the best shit. It's so good. It's like an ideal stimming food right there. I also, Astral Sea Star, I also don't recommend it. Wait, you're not recommending Chips Ahoy Lunchable Nacho Cheese. Okay, I also wouldn't recommend that. But I also wouldn't recommend sriracha on tortilla chips, largely because they're too delicious and you will eat too much sriracha and your systems will rebel. It will attack you with everything it's got. All right. Yeah, get you some Tapatio Doritos and put some sriracha on those bad boys. It's like crack. All right. I'm Mexican Jack. My system was made for spicy. Hell yeah. Then get some Tapatio Doritos and put some sriracha on those bad boys. Okay. On a scale of 1 to Taco Bell, what's the next date like? You'll have to find out. Knifeiest Duck Doritos Golden Sriracha makes me sad because I want them to be so much spicier. All right, sorry. You're not distracting me again, you sirens of the chat. Not again. Not like this. Well, Punky Gal, I don't like the sriracha Doritos that Doritos actually makes. They're I don't think it's good. Oh, you like them because you can eat them without dying. Okay, I see. Did you know you can get bulldog dumplings? I did not know, but I think I could make better dumplings. Maybe. We'll see. Okay, guys, I'm not looking at the chat anymore. My attention has shifted. None of you can bring it back. All right, you guys ready? Here we go. Click it. So, folks, we are on the precipice of truly history in the making, because we are about to see a nuclear bomb go off politically in Trump world. And what happens from here on out is basically anybody's guess. But I just want to preface this by saying that things are not looking good for Donald Trump. Because this fallout is all coming downstream of the swearing in of Representative Adelita Grijalva, which has now happened. And I'm going to play you her speech upon being sworn in. Let's take a look.
Thank you. Muchas gracias. Thank you so much. Thank you to my colleague and friend, Congressman Stanton, for that kind introduction, and to the entire Democratic delegation from Arizona and the delegation that stood here with me that has supported me throughout this process. I rise today the proud granddaughter of a bracero, a hardworking Mexican immigrant who came to this country for a better life, and I stand as the proud daughter of a U.S. congressman, a man who spent his entire life fighting for justice, equity, and dignity for the most vulnerable.
Let's go! She seems nice. Yeah, she seems like a nice lady. Yeah, her state is...
From working
I had
as
to
a
sue to get
vaquero
her
to
sworn in.
serving in Congress in just a single generation, that is the promise of this country. That is the America I want to raise my 3 beautiful children in, Adelina, Raul, and Joaquin. Stand up, baby. Look at them. They, along with my amazing husband Sol and my wonderful mama Ramona, are here with me today. Muchas gracias por su apoyo y tu amor. And thank you to la gente of Southern Arizona for making history, electing me, the first Latina, the first Chicana from Arizona to ever go to Congress.
Hell yeah!
Este momento es histórico para nuestra comunidad. Es un honor ser la primera latina en representar a Arizona en el Congreso, y les aseguro que aunque soy la primera, no será la última.
Hell yeah! I'm the first, but not the last. Let's go!
And while we celebrate this moment today, our American promise is under serious threat. Basic freedoms are under attack. Healthcare premiums are skyrocketing. Babies are being ripped away from their parents by masked agents. We can and must do better. What is most concerning is not what this administration has done, but what the majority in this body has failed to do. Hold Trump accountable as a co-equal branch of government that we are.
I suppose I should have done some better background, Donkey Man, but basically, this lady was elected to the United States House of Representatives back in September, and Mike Johnson has just kept the House out of session until basically now, largely as part of a ploy to keep the Epstein files from going public, because she wound up being the last vote needed to release the Epstein files in the House. So, her being sworn in is a huge deal because it means something else is coming here soon.
It has been 50 days.
What made Mike Johnson decide to swear her in? Well, one, pending lawsuits, and two, the shutdown ended and they kind of had to bring the House back into session, which meant that he had to swear her in.
Since the people of Arizona's 7th Congressional District elected me to represent them. 50 days that over 800,000 Arizonans have been left without access to the basic services that every constituent deserves. This is an abuse of power. One individual should not be able to unilaterally obstruct the swearing in of a duly elected member of Congress for political reasons. Our democracy only works when everyone has a voice. This includes the millions of people across the country who have experienced violence and exploitation, including Liz Stein and Jessica Michaels, both survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's abuse. They are here in the gallery with us this evening. Thank you for being here.
That's right.
Just this morning, House Democrats released more emails showing that Trump knew more about Epstein's abuses than he previously acknowledged. It's past time for Congress to restore its role as a check and balance on this administration and fight for we, the American people.
Now, I do want to shed a little bit more light on what she just said, which is that just the other day, the House released something along the lines of 20,000 new documents. I believe most of them emails from Jeffrey Epstein's estate. Sorry. A batch of 23,000 documents the committee recently received from the Epstein estate in response to a subpoena. So basically, the House Oversight Committee subpoenaed the Epstein estate, and the Epstein estate handed over all of Jeffrey Epstein's personal emails. And so what we are now seeing this week has been a litany of just additional revelations, additional confirmations of things that we've already known, like that Donald Trump was aware of women and girls being sexually abused and for years and did nothing about it, said nothing about it, and actively helped cover it up. So, you know, crazy stuff. But we'll get to that in a bit here. Let's finish with Representative Grijalva.
We need to fight for our immigrant communities and veterans. We need to stand up for our public schools, children, and educators. We need to respect tribal sovereignty in our environment. We need to stand up for LGBTQ+ rights because that's what the American people expect us to do. Fight for them. That is why I will sign the discharge petition right now to release the Epstein files. Justice cannot wait another day. Adelante, mi gente. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. I yield back.
Let's go! There she goes. So, what has happened so far? Well, first of all, the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein are going around everywhere on Capitol Hill, fighting to and trying to apply pressure to various members of Congress to release the Epstein files. And not gonna lie, it's been particularly effective in building momentum here. They are, in fact, doing a very effective job at bringing media attention to who is and is not planning to vote to release them. And in turn, that has led to some
I wonder
changes.
how many MAGAs are seizing over the use of Spanish in her speech.
Oh, probably all of them. Like, not all of them, most of them, But essentially here, the hope was that the House would prevent the vote from taking place, and barring that Mike Johnson would be able to concoct enough Republican resistance to not allow this to be passed, but he is unable to control his caucus, essentially. So what is happening is that Mike Johnson has shifted his strategy, to use the words of CNN here, and that shift in strategy is, let's move the vote on the Epstein files up as quickly as possible. So basically, instead of seeking to kick the can down the road over and over and over again, essentially the feeling running through Republicans in the House is that they can't vote no on this. They cannot vote against releasing the Epstein files because it is political poison for them to do so. They are afraid of their constituents because turns out the entire thing that their constituents are basing their support of them on is that, oh, well, they support Donald Trump and Donald Trump is a secret pedophile fighter. Don't forget, folks, the entire QAnon movement that has been largely kind of absorbed into the conservative mainstream is predicated on the idea that Donald Trump was a secret agent who was infiltrating the pedophile rings in order to destroy them. And it turns out that a lot of these folks think that whatever is in the Epstein files is actually so bad that they do not want to be caught on the wrong side of history about this. And I say that because, well, some of the reporting is genuinely shocking insofar as what's happening here is, some wacky shit. Here's another piece from CNN. The Trump administration is holding situation room meetings over the over the House's effort to release the Epstein files. They're getting actual members of the administration, like the FBI and all that jazz, assembling them in the Situation Room because of the impending release of the Epstein files. Top Trump administration officials met Wednesday with a key GOP lawmaker about an effort in the U.S. House to force a vote on releasing Justice Department case files related to Jeffrey Epstein. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt acknowledged the meeting later Wednesday when asked about reporting that administration officials were huddling with GOP Representative Lauren Boebert. Doesn't that show the level of transparency when we're willing to sit down with members of Congress and address their concerns? She said. Yeah, it's so transparent to meet with one lawmaker in the Situation Room, reserved for crises. Yeah, no, like, whatever is in here is so bad that they are like full on locking down, you know? A source familiar confirmed the meeting in the Situation Room included Boebert, who has wanted the Justice Department to release its trove of Epstein files and has signed onto the effort in the House to force the vote compelling their release. The effort is now in motion after a newly sworn-in Democratic member of Congress provided the 218th and final signature needed on the discharge petition to force such a vote and in turn trigger a number of procedural steps before the House can vote on a bill compelling the file's release. After the meeting, Boebert wrote on X, "I want to thank White House officials for meeting with me today. Together, we remain committed to ensuring transparency for the American people." And no, Donald Trump did not pressure me to take my name off the petition. No. No one. No, they only called me into the Situation Room to be super transparent, to be even more transparent. Like, no, they called her into the Situation Room to try and pressure her into not releasing these files. It is like so comedically clear that that is what happened. And also, Donald Trump has tried to pressure Nancy Mace into removing her name off the petition. Separately, Donald Trump and Nancy Mace, another Republican who signed the petition, has been playing phone tag for the past 24 hours. The South Carolina Republican sent a direct message to the president Wednesday outlining why she's supporting the discharge petition. According to a source familiar with the message, who said it largely mirrored a public statement in which he said, "I will never abandon other survivors." But both the meeting and Trump's efforts to talk to Mace underscored the administration's concerns around the Epstein saga, which roared back Wednesday morning when the House Oversight Committee released more documents it had obtained from Epstein's estate. So, were those efforts to block this support successful? Well, according to some recent reporting, the answer to that is no, actually. Here's Axios reporting 12 hours ago that Lauren Boebert has broken with Donald Trump on the Epstein files. And like I gotta be honest, I'm kind of shocked that, I mean, I guess what I have to say here is that I know people are skeptical that anything is going to come of this, but I also want to throw out there that these people would not be running scared like they are and abandoning the president if they did not feel like the ship was going down. The rats are getting off the ship. So it's gonna be interesting, to say the least. God, the vote to release the Epstein files is apparently going to be set for next week on the full vote. So that is coming in just a handful of days here. So I'm not entirely sure here how this is going to proceed in full, but Republicans don't want to be seen as the pedophile defenders, and so a lot of them are, again, plotting these mass defections that Johnson
Oh no, we put a
saw
pedophile
coming.
in office. Who could have foreseen this?
Right? If only anyone could have told us that about the guy who goes into Miss Teen USA dressing rooms. Oh no. Also, worth noting that, like, Mike Johnson did not want to bring this bill up for a vote. Because Mike Johnson has the ability as Speaker of the House to bring a bill up for a vote at any time. But he has not done so because, again, he's protecting pedophiles, right? He's making it as difficult as possible. Right? It's gonna be quite interesting, to say the least, to see how this all plays out. Because I don't know what happens when this thing goes to the Senate. I don't know. But I'm just saying, I've never seen them scurry like this. We'll see, but it'll be interesting to see how this all plays out. That being said, it doesn't stop the damage that is currently already being done by the emails from Jeffrey Epstein's estate, right? Again, Donald Trump's argument this entire time has been that this whole thing is an Epstein hoax. That you know, oh no, guys, no, look, Jeffrey Epstein, he was just a guy, and you know, no one else was involved with Jeffrey Epstein. It's all just a hoax. Well, it's pretty hard to argue that when Jeffrey Epstein's estate is literally full of emails talking about the transportation of girls. So, you know, that, again, just another lie easily blown over by the slightest bit of scrutiny and evidence. Interesting stuff, of course. You know, just as some examples. Analysis by The Guardian found Epstein sent an email asking, "What is your schedule?" on the 23rd of July, 2010 to an associate. The latter responded the next morning saying, the other girl name is redacted. The Guardian is withholding the associate's name as attempts to identify and contact him were unsuccessful. That afternoon, the associate also wrote, "Can you call me / I am with Tigran. He would like to meet you here. He is with me in Ibiza." I don't know how to say that place's name. "With 8 top girls. He said he would like to build something with you. Can you come to Ibiza? We have a huge house, or how can we organize this? Meeting with Jean-Luc. Could do a great biz / he has the most amazing top models on standby. I told him not to do any deals with anybody before he meet with you." Guardian could not identify the figure referred to as Tigran. Again, Epstein wrote, "I will be in Paris tomorrow night." Maybe one of the weirdest things about a lot of these emails. Ibiza? Alright. One of the interesting things about this is that all of these people write to each other like they're the dumbest people imaginable. You know, like your entire educational background, you're like brought up to use like proper grammar, and if you use anything less than that, you're like, showing your lack of class. Oh, it's totally impolite. You can't be professional like that. They text each other like they're like 10. It's genuinely insane. It, like, the amount of spelling errors, it seems like Jeffrey Epstein is emailing everyone while just blasted to shit on some kind of thing.
Like Trump.
I mean, like, they just have no regard for punctuation or spelling, and obviously that's the least of the issues with them, but like, it is shocking to just kind of see like these people talking to each other in like, I don't know, it's like how in D&D there's common, the language commonly spoken by everyone, and then there's undercommon, just spoken by everyone underground. And it's just, it's like that. It's like you find out that the elites of your world are using like the like worst possible formulation and most broken form of your common tongue. It's wild. I'm sorry, what? Look, it's a D&D thing. It's okay. Look it up. God. But these are all just insane. So here is what Politico compiled as like the 9 most shocking revelations in the Epstein docs. And yeah, first of all, the relationship between Epstein and Treasury Secretary Larry Summers is wild as hell.
All PDF files share one brain cell and unfortunately it's been rotting for 30 years.
Yeah, which ironically is a lot longer than they have patience for. See. In another email, Summers remarked that I observed that half the IQ in the world was possessed by women without mentioning they are more than 51% of the population. I'm trying to figure why American elite think if you murder your baby by beating an abandonment, it must be irrelevant to your admission to Harvard, but hit on a few women 10 years ago and can't work at a network or think tank, Summers added before directing Epstein, do not repeat this insight! Like, what the fuck? This is also insane. Michael Wolff's advice to Epstein here. In a series of emails dating back 10 years, Epstein discussed his predicament and his ties to Trump with author and journalist Michael Wolff. And in a 2015 email, Wolff offers advice on what to do if Trump was asked about his relationship with Epstein. Specifically, Epstein asked Wolff how Trump would respond to such a question. I think you should let him hang himself, Wolff wrote of Trump in a 2015 email. If Trump says he hasn't been on the plane or to the House, then that gives you a valuable PR and political currency. Because, guys, Donald Trump went on his plane and went to his house. He was hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein. And now you might say, oh, well, it's all perfectly innocent stuff. They were just hanging out as buds. Then why would that be useful political leverage to have over Donald Trump? If nothing happened, it would not be useful leverage. In a 2019 email, Epstein wrote that Trump said he asked me to resign, never a member ever. Of course he knew about the girls as he asked Ghislaine to stop. That's Jeffrey Epstein saying that Donald Trump was aware that Jeffrey Epstein and his circle were trafficking children. Now, it's also Jeffrey Epstein alluding to, hey, this was an ongoing thing because Trump asked Ghislaine to stop. But to stop what exactly? Because, I don't know, if I found out that there was an expansive pedophile ring operating out of my club, I would call the police and report it. But that does not appear to be what happened at all. So, kind of seems like maybe Donald Trump wasn't asking them to stop because he found out Jeffrey Epstein was a creep. As the Trump defense goes. Just say. there's just, connections between Epstein and basically everybody. It's real gross. It's a lot of really gross shit. Actually, he's an ephebophile. I don't believe that, actually. I don't believe that Donald Trump is an ephebophile, because if that was the case, I think there's something more damning in here. Like, oh god, I saw Woody Allen. Yeah, of course you saw Woody Allen. But there's other shit in there too. Like, Epstein bragged that he gave his young girlfriend to Trump. Convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein wrote in a private email that he gave his then 20-year-old girlfriend to President Donald Trump in 1993. My 20-year-old girlfriend in 93 that after 2 years I gave to Donald, Epstein wrote in an email to New York Times finance journalist Landon Thomas Jr. in 2015. Attached was a link to photos of Norwegian businesswoman and cosmetics heiress Selena Middelfart, which, holy moly, what a last name, who would have been 20 years old in 1993, insinuating that Epstein, who would have been 40 in 1993, dated her and then passed her on to Trump. Hawaiian tropic girl Lauren Petrella redacted. Epstein wrote later in the same email chain, "Would you like to see photos of Donald and girls in bikinis in my kitchen?" Now, I just want to reiterate this in case none of you really absorbed that, but that is Jeffrey Epstein offering photos of Donald Trump with girls to a reporter in 2015. And the New York Times has apparently just sat on that for a decade. And I gotta say, I'm sorry, but I don't believe that the girls partying at Jeffrey Epstein's house are of age. So why didn't this come out? Because the New York Times has some pretty shit people working at it. Did you see the email about Putin having pictures of Trump blowing Bill Clinton? What?
I didn't think Trump could get any creepier, blag.
Yep. Importance high. You and your boy Donnie can make a remake of the movie Get Hard. Sent via tin can and string. Ask him if Putin has the photos of Trump blowing Bubba. All good. Bannon with me. How are you doing? A while back you mentioned you were pre-diabetic. Anything changed with that? What is your boy Donald up to now? Please note the information contained in this communication is confidential. May be attorney-client privileged. May constitute inside information. Blah, 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 blah. Incredible stuff. God. It's all so gross and weird. Who's mentioned in this? Bubba is Bill Clinton, just as an FYI. Huh.
Have you seen the part about Trump slamming into a glass wall hard enough to leave a noseprint like a damn cartoon character?
Yes, I have, in fact. Because one of the things talked about here, again, just want to reiterate, the girls that Donald Trump is partying with at Epstein's house in bikinis, you guys believe they're all of age? Nah. 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 But let's see here. I'm a serious man. For the good of the nation, why not try to get some of this out there? I would not do it myself, but would pass on to a political reporter. Plus, look at these lies. In response to a message left seeking the Trump campaign's comment on this article, on Thursday, Trump's general counsel, Alan Garten, emailed threatening legal action against BuzzFeed News. Blah, 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 blah. Lauren Petrella, yes. Would you like photos of Donald and girls in bikinis in my kitchen? Now everyone coming to me thinking I have juicy info on you and Trump because of this. It's like, yeah, you do have juicy info about you and Trump, about Epstein and Trump. You have photos of him in your kitchen, in Epstein's kitchen. What are you talking about? God. Also, just some of these things are wild. There is a story, and I can't find the exact email at the moment, but of Donald Trump walking into a glass door because he saw girls at Jeffrey Epstein's house. I mean, it's wild. Yeah. Gotta say, it's not looking great for Donald J. Trump, as it were. Because also, yeah, after Trump split, Epstein said he could take him down. Jeffrey Epstein cast himself as a Trump insider and wanted to leverage potentially damaging information about the president and his business dealings, according to emails with associates. Oh. So Jeffrey Epstein, noted sex criminal and pedophile, had blackmail on Donald Trump and his business dealings. I wonder what kind of blackmail noted child sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein might have on Donald Trump. Who can say? You found the noseprint email? Thank you, Spleen. Appreciated. Here again, this is from Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey E, to Thomas Jr. Landon Jr. Sorry. Subject R.E. Trump. Importance high. Read the feed R.E. my airplane logs and Hawaiian Tropic contest. Have them ask my houseman about Donald almost walking through the door, leaving his noseprint on the glass as young women were swimming in the pool, and he was so focused he walked straight into the door. So, nah, dog, this is just gonna continue to hurt him and continue to bleed whatever support he had. You know? Like, this story isn't going anywhere. And like, oh, wow, weirdly, a lot of the MAGA influencers have gone quiet. You know, just a hand the Steve Bannon. Where is he at? Elon Musk? Where is he at? Huh, that's so weird. Fox News has talked about it like one time since all those emails dropped. Any chance this affects the Republican Party broadly? I mean, the effect is going to be that, like, people are going to make, like, Republicans in office are going to be making some very scared political calculations. Because they know this isn't going to play well with the base. They know just right now it doesn't play well with the base. And, like, ultimately each and every one of these fucks is out for themselves. You know, like, they're not interested in being on the wrong side
How
here.
are they all this childish, this stupid, this evil, and still they have power? They've managed to take control of things behind the scenes over the years.
Well, because we don't live in a meritocracy. You know, like, the idea that all these business people are competent is just a lie. They're mostly incompetent boobs who lucked into their fortune or inherited their fortunes, and, like, that's really all you need in order to make it to the top. You don't need to be a particularly smart or, you know, well thought out plans or anything like that. They, you know, by virtue of luck, most of those people got to where they are. Because the system of capital siphons wealth to the top. And if you just luck into it, or, you know, con your way in, or, you know, flatter power enough, you can find yourself at the top of it. But it doesn't make you very smart to be able to do that. If anything, it just rewards, like, the most criminal-minded folks, you know? Ay, ay, ay. It's gonna be interesting to see how this all plays out. I don't know what happens after the House votes on this. All I know is that this is definitely gonna get through the House next week. At which point it then gets kicked to the Senate, and all bets are off at what happens then. Because what we were looking at in the House, and why Mike Johnson pivoted, was like potentially over 100 defections in the House.
No, I get that, but our pedophile rapist president slammed into a glass door because he was distracted by pretty young girls feels antithetical to reality.
I mean, he's basically a cartoon character in, like, the worst possible cartoon, you know? Chuck Schumer's gonna fuck it up somehow, I know it. I mean, maybe? But also, it seems pretty difficult to fuck up. And it seems quite possible to me that, given the size of the Republican defection in the House, that there might be a similar defection in the Senate. I don't know how many, you know, that's a great question, real quick. How many GOP senators are up for election in 2026? Oh boy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh boy! Well, that is, interestingly enough, exactly the number needed to get past a filibuster if 20 defect. Now, some of those people aren't seeking re-election, like Joni Ernst. But you might be able to pull off a few who are not seeking re-election in 2026, because they might feel like something else is gonna, their interests are gonna be coming up in 2028, and people are gonna remember who voted to protect a pedophile. You know? Yeah, exactly, Christina. Like, the thing is, this is like the most radioactive political issue right now in Washington. And basically, if you get caught, if you try to make a political calculation here and you calculate wrong, your entire career is done. Your entire career is done. And so the folks that are lining up to like try and defend, the pedophile or the pedophile documents from being released, it basically, you better be absolutely sure your constituents are going to forget. Because the other thing worth noting here is that while Republican voters might not defect to vote for Democrat in some of these areas, in some of these states, they might absolutely defect to vote for a Republican Republican primary challenger. Right? So I think it's pretty interesting. Now, one might say, well, how is this going to play out? Well, Superjet Guy, you're asking, isn't this just a subpoena? No. So what the discharge petition is a way to bring a bill to the floor of the House without having the speaker introduce the bill, right? Because Mike Johnson can introduce any bill at any time for any reason, right? But the discharge petition allows for a critical mass of members of the House to force a bill to be brought for a vote. And that is what happened. So the bill is being introduced, and it will be voted on in the House. What happens after that is that it goes to the Senate, where it needs to pass, okay? If it passes the Senate, goes through all of the hurdles, passes the Senate, it goes to the president's desk. Now, would someone so implicated by the Epstein files, potentially implicated, I should say, sign that into law and then release the Epstein files? Absolutely fucking not. So what's probably going to happen here is that Donald Trump is going to veto it. However, at that point, the House and the Senate can both attempt to reach a 2/3 majority to override the veto. And it will make him look really bad to veto it. Yeah, but he might not care at that point because it might make him look really bad to release it. So we are potentially looking at a long road here to the release of the Epstein files, but this was clearing a very important hurdle. And this initial vote is going to be key to seeing whether or not this political nuclear bomb goes off or if it gets diffused. We're still a long way from it actually being fully released, like the Epstein files, but I gotta be honest, with Mike Johnson expecting, again, I want to just throw this out there. Where was it? How many was he expecting? It was a lot.
Counterpoint: the Trump autopen will sign it without looking at what it is.
Yeah, I guess one of the things to be looking at when it comes to the House vote is whether or not 2/3 of the House vote in favor of releasing, or if it's below 2/3 of the House. If they can get 2/3 of the House to vote to release the Epstein files next week, then there's that's a pretty decent sign that there is a veto-proof majority in the House and potentially the Senate to release these. Also, Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. Where is... I had a story up about the number of expected defections being very high. Where was it? Oh, here we go. It's from this article that I just showed on screen. No point in waiting. Johnson sent the House of Representatives home for its August recess early. GOP sources told CNN part of the calculation is that the momentum in the House is unstoppable and the only course of action is to send it over to the Senate to deal with. Get it out of the House. Let's see. Even after the bipartisan duo secured the 218 signatures needed to move forward on Wednesday, there was still a procedural process that had to play out. Yeah, the decision to move quickly with a floor vote came shortly after thousands of new Epstein emails. Mass defections. I heard over 100 votes, but I'm trying to find a source for that. I think it was this piece in Politico. Mass defections. Yeah, senior Republicans privately believe dozens of Republicans will vote for it, possibly 100 or more, according to 5 people granted anonymity to speak candidly. So the vote is next week. The vote is next week, and they are expecting not just like a couple conservatives. They're expecting over 100 conservatives to vote for this. Like, it's going to be a next level of defection because Mike Johnson is weak and he can't actually control the people under him, right? I simply do not trust Republicans to actually follow through. I trust Republicans to be scared shitless about something that could potentially harm their careers. I do trust them to be fearful, spineless cowards. As they were completely willing to let people starve. Well, yeah, again, they don't have moral conscience, but they do have a sense of self-preservation when it comes to their political careers, because that's really all they care about. As far as when it comes to what the Senate layout is going to be, I mean, if Democrats can hold their 40, right, then it would kind of remain to be seen if we can get, like, over 60 votes to overcome kind of that filibuster and see, I guess, kind of see where we're at there. Like, if we could get a veto-proof majority in the House right off the bat, and just out of curiosity, how many seats is it, though? God. House seats. Man, just tell me how many seats? 435. Okay. So 290 are needed. 290 votes are needed in order to have a veto-proof majority in the House. If it is true that 100 Republicans are like aiming to vote for this and defect, that would put the total number of votes over 310. So if the House has a veto-proof majority, and if that actually comes through, we're cooking. We're cooking a little bit here. We'll see. But I don't know what the Senate could do here. Because again, it's political poison for the senators, too. You gotta understand, even for Republicans voting to defend the king of pedophiles, Epstein is a bridge too far. A large part of the GOP base is truly believing in the saving the kids from pedos. Yeah, no, they a lot of the GOP base, you know, is lost in the sauce in that regard, you know? And this is kind of the bridge that is potentially too far for them. So we'll see. And keep in mind, none of these people are like loyal to Trump in any real way. The second it will benefit them politically to throw Donald Trump under the bus, they will do so. None of these people have loyalty to him whatsoever as a person. Like, they all hate him. They all think he's a moron, and they all despise him. They kowtow to him publicly because that is how they can gain power for themselves, but they all hate him. Like, the second that they can actually stab him in the back, they will. And if this is that moment, then they're willing to take that risk while also preserving their own careers. It's a pretty simple political calculation for them to make, and I think a lot of them are making it. So, all of that said, that is where things stand right now. And it's going to be pretty interesting to see how this all shakes out. Aren't there other billionaires on that list that are not going to want this released? Maybe. It'll be interesting to see what happens.
They are loyal his power, not him. As soon as he becomes a disadvantage, they'll drop him.
Well, and that's why I find this so interesting. Because very clearly, these people are scared that if they ally themselves with him now, they're gonna go up in smoke. Like they're just gonna be toast. So they're fleeing. The rats are jumping off the ship. So all that being said, it'll be really interesting to see what happens in the next week or so. I think there is a chance here that something actually happens rather than the what the nothing ever happens folk seem to believe. I think that something could genuinely happen. So, all that being said, I guess we'll see. I can't predict the future, but this is at the very least interesting in its development. And with that being said, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Help the channel grow. Do the things. And please hit those follow button, subscribe button, all the things. You know the drill. And consider supporting Stream financially if you can, because this show is brought to you by viewers like you. Couldn't do it without you fine folks. And I'll see you next time.
Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button.
I have seen parts of Boondocks, yes.
Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click button, click button, click button, click button.
50% of Republicans disapprove of Trump's handling of Epstein. Never once is a single thing above 15% of Republicans disapproving of Trump of anything. It's true. Like, this is the one issue that is kind of broken through in MAGA world. And it's that, oh shit, it really seems like the president is defending pedophiles. Which, you know, when you look at the margins conservatives need in order to win in some of these races now, ain't looking good for them. Ain't looking good at all. Lemony fucking Snicket, it was Tapatio chips with sriracha on. Excellent clarifying question. It will be interesting to see when a critical mass of those folks defect on him, Christina. We're not quite there yet, but like, I think we might actually get there.
ID compared gerrymandering to a double-edged sword. It only works if they can spread their advantage, but they may have spread too thin.
I mean, that's kind of, that's part of it, right? Like, they've decided to gerrymander all of these maps, which just makes the margin that they need to win, like, bigger. You know, like, they need to win even more when the votes have been gerrymandered. You need to be able to mobilize as many voters in those districts as possible to keep them red, and like, they've kind of fucked themselves here. Check in on your weird uncle or cousin who could be in crisis over this. You know the one I'm talking about, chat? Like, they could be the bellwether. It's true, they could be the bellwether. You know? Random question, but when and how did you get interested in politics and leftism? Honestly, good question. I would say that I have always had kind of a natural bend towards anti-authoritarianism towards fundamental human rights. And honestly, I got some of that from my Christian upbringing, right? Like a lot of like the teachings of Jesus like resonated with me. And it was a lot of the other stuff that did not resonate with me. You know, it a lot of it just the more I pulled on different questions I had, the more it all unraveled, right? And
Fun biology fact: a bone in your ear used to be a big skull bone when we were mammal reptile guys.
oh, that is fun. I like learning stuff like that. Thank you, Irascended Kitten. Um and so like you're a fucking weirdo? Of course I am. That's what makes me wonderful. But so I grew up with that, and as I got older, I saw more and more injustice in the world, and I couldn't stop being angry about it and wanting to fix it. And then I would look into these issues, and it would turn out that there are legislative or policy fixes for so many of the different systemic inequalities and systemic cruelties that we see on a daily basis. But our powers that be do not, in fact, pursue those policies because they are motivated by something else. And that motivating factor is, at the end of the day, money. And so I wound up just by noticing these different things and wanting to, like, you know, originally driven by, like, you know, the simple directives of, like, feed the hungry, house the homeless, like, you know, simple directives given to um the folks listening to Christ, and like looking around and saying like, no, I'm sorry, it doesn't make sense to me if like simply we are directed to like feed the hungry and house the homeless, but then we live in a representational democracy and we aren't putting those policies into practice. That seems that's insane. That like, no, obviously some degree of like overlap needs to exist. And then like obviously as I continued to question my faith, like the faith like my faith waned over time or evolved over time perhaps. But like that then led me to, you know, oh wait, yeah, women are people who deserve all of the same rights as men. Hey, wait a minute, it is bullshit that women are paid less than men. Hey, wait a minute, it is bullshit that, like, you know, within my parents' lifetimes, like, the people were trying to say that if you wore pants as a woman, you were, like, illegally cross-dressing. Like, actually, yeah, wait a minute. This is bullshit because a lot of these norms that are bullshit have been perpetuated by law and like codified in our systems. And actually, in order to make things right and make things better, we have to be politically active. And how that then all kind of came together, and I realized that, you know, capitalism itself is
Have you seen that
exploitative.
TikTok trend of the churches that refuse to give a starving baby formula versus the ones that do?
I have seen that. Yeah, it's, I mean, unsurprising, I guess. But thank you for the $5 dono, Nathan. But like basically I developed all of these, and I think probably, you know, writing about video games and art in general and learning different ways to view art and view culture and learning about the ways different cultures around the world view different things. It having that more expanded worldview and that intellectual curiosity allowed me to learn and grow and develop different ways of viewing the world. And one of the things I learned in college was about, you know, ways to look at art through a colonialist lens or a decolonial lens, through a feminist lens, through a Marxist lens. And like I learned, in order to learn how to do that, you have to learn the basic fundamentals of like those different ideologies and movements. And when I wound up reading about Marx, I realized, oh wait, actually this guy just wanted more democracy. And actually you can achieve what he's talking about here with democratic worker co-ops. Wait, there are democratic worker co-ops in the United States right now. So like we could actually do this if we had the political will to like help foster more environments like this until that is the predominant mode of production in this country. I read about feminism and I learned that feminism wasn't just like old severe looking ladies who didn't like fun, and who were like like it is in fact more complicated, and that feminism is actually for everybody, not just for women. It's for men too, because men are also oppressed under the patriarchy, right? And I learned about decolonialism because, yeah, we still have colonies around the world, and that is still exploitative. And it is necessary to decolonize our world, our culture, because it is a fundamentally exploitative and destructive relationship to be in with another group of people. And so, like, it just winds up being kind of like I learned more about the world, and in learning about the world, my sense of justice never wavered, but instead evolved. And I saw that the problems I was seeing were not specific to any one street corner, any one city, but instead systemic problems that exist all across this country and need to be addressed by a mass awareness of the problem and a mass awareness of the solution. And the mass awareness of the solution is, of course, building up the political power to do things like get Medicare for all, to decommodify housing, to like be able to create municipal food banks that exist in every corner of this country so that no child or family ever need go hungry again. Like, there's no excuse for any of us to be going hungry in the richest country to ever exist. There's no excuse for anyone to be like without a home in a country like this. And that's like pretty obvious to me that allowing people in our society to become trillionaires or billionaires, that's a choice that we all collectively make to allow that, rather than a different choice that we could collectively make, which is to not allow that and to instead fix the problems that affect the least of these. And so that's kind of my ethos, and like it obviously has evolved over time. But I got more involved in talking about politics probably back in 2019 or so. I started in 2019, but 2020 is kind of when I got more into it. And I had been writing about politics in art for a while. Like a lot of my essays or reviews about video games included like kind of political breakdowns of the political messaging in the different pieces of art. I wrote a very long a long article about how Shadow of the Colossus is a trans narrative. Actually a very deeply personal essay to me. But I became more expressly like oriented towards talking about the news and breaking down political narratives around the time the pandemic started, because I lost my ability to make a living as a game journalist, because I was an independent contractor, and one day they just didn't renew my contract, and I never heard from them again, never got an explanation, but, is what it is. And so I started streaming games online and talking about politics, and it turns out people did not care as much for the games, did care a lot about the politics. So I decided to start trying to leverage this platform into getting people engaged in not just knowing what the correct thing is or having good politics, because the time for just like having good politics is done. I think what we are, where we're at right now is what you know to be true is relatively irrelevant. You need to actually do your politics. You need to actually like organize around those politics. If you know the right thing to do, you need to be putting that into action and organizing towards that goal in your communities. That's kind of what I try to push you guys to do. And I know sometimes I'm very pushy about it. But I think that people can do that by like getting involved locally. Go to your city council meetings, join your local Dems and radicalize them if they suck. You know, take the party away from the corporatist, you know, status quo liberals and instead radicalize those folks or, you know, push them out in order to make a more progressive space. And on top of that, like, join your local DSA. If your local DSA is full of like LARPers who are talking about like the tanky revolution, make your DSA more effective than just LARPing and sitting around doing a circle jerk. Make it more effective. Work towards that end. Okay? Like, it's not... It just takes effort. It takes effort. It takes work. And like, I think we can do it. I think that workers know how to work. And I think we can do it. So, join your local Dems, radicalize them, join your local DSA, make them more effective, pair them up, and let's take the Democratic Party by storm and make things better in our cities and our states and our country. We got this. And I think we can do it.
Part of the reason I got into your streams is because more than just talking about politics, you get people engaged. To gonks for pushing me to get involved.
I do my best, and I do want to emphasize, folks, there are people in this community who have joined DSA. If you need help joining DSA or the Dems, get into our Discord, use !Discord, and then you can reach out to Gamergy for help joining your local DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems. Get more involved. And if you don't want to get involved with either of those two organizations, get involved with a different one. Your local library, your soup kitchen, you know, like, but be organizing towards building power so that we can undo the systemic issues that are plaguing our society. That's what we need to do. And I hope you'll join me in trying to be a part of that solution. God, I look so tired. I joined DSA on Sunday night. Intro video call-in on the 19th. Hell yeah, Amber Brains. Love that. Let's go! Socialism is democracy taken seriously. True, Xenomonic. Hell yeah. You make tired look good? Thank you. Yeah, getting involved locally with Indivisible is always great as well. Highly recommend. Woo! Love the color combination. Thank you. All right, folks. How was the Transatlantic Call-In Show? The Transatlantic Call-In Show was great. I loved being on. Arden was really fun. I felt like we had a good like chemistry, like kept things light, even when yelling at goons. It was a good time. I'd recommend everyone check out Transatlantic Call-In Show. I thought it was a great time.
But your hair looks like copper, our very own bronze dragon. By the way, I liked when you first dyed it AMD. It looked like Phoenix Fire.
Hell yeah, I like it too. I try not to wash it for as long as I can after the initial dye because it just looks so vibrant. But, you know, this is pretty good too. Will you be back on Takis again anytime soon? I mean, I would love to. But you know, it depends on when they want to have me back. You know, next time they invite me, I'll definitely schedule some time to go back on because it was a fun time. But nothing, as far as I know, on my end at the moment, Taco Cat. What would that Christian egg you think of you now? Oh God, I don't know what Christian egg me would think of me. I think Christian egg me would probably be pretty jealous of who I am now. Because even like Christian egg me wanted to be a girl. So, you know. Wait, you're not a natural redhead? No. I get it dyed periodically. This is like the natural undercolor of my hair. So when my hair isn't dyed, it looks kind of like this, but kind of like a blonde brown on
I
top.
always liked the story of Jesus braiding the whip and getting the money market out of the church. The concept of hell is what broke me from the religion, though.
You know, hell wasn't what broke me from the religion. It was learning about the different church councils. That's what broke me. Like the codification of the Bible and just how bullshit a lot of the codification was made me realize, oh, wait. That is that is a whole lot of political horse shit. The Council of Nicaea, man. Fucking bullshit on that one.
Missed you on Tassie. I was getting the first session of a new tattoo done.
Oh hell yeah,
I will have
One-Eyed
to go
Heathen.
back and listen to that show.
Yeah, it was a really good time. Some of the calls were really fun or interesting, and honestly, a lot of sweethearts like called in. It was a very pleasant time. Pirate Amir, what do you want to link to? Kotomir Dragon. I read every holy book I could find, and in each one of them, being a female sucked. Yeah, that's fair. Wait, do you go by Jack or should I? No, you can call me Jack. I'm just a girl named Jack. Like Jack is my actual name. So no shame in using that. Well, I'm really glad for you, Brianna Hoffman. Sounds wonderful. I note it was the transatlantic, not the trans-Pacific. No love for Pacific transes. Hey, look. We did get calls from an Australian, okay? So some folks were included. Pronouns her. Yeah, no. She her pronouns donkey man. I'm just a lady named Jack. A big booba lady named Jack. Wasn't the girl in Riddick named Jack? Yep. And also one of the best characters in Mass Effect 2. a lot of Calvinist ball is played. God, yeah. Yep. Yo, Synthwave, the Mass Effect series is one of my favorite works of sci-fi, just period. I think it's a lovely universe. I used to be transphobic, but when I grew up, things just didn't feel right, and so I learned more about myself and being trans, and now I'm trans femme. Congrats, Dippy. I probably would have been transphobic
If
if
you go on
I
the
had the
transatlantic show
language.
again, I'd love a heads up. Been watching The Line recently.
Well, Nathan, I did try and tell people prior, but then I didn't stream for like 2 days prior to today, so that probably did not help raise people's awareness. I was talking about it last week and early this week, but makes sense that it didn't make it through. Have I played Mass Effect Andromeda? I have. And I did not care for it. A lot of half-baked ideas in that thing. I'm excited and scared for the upcoming Mass Effect. Yeah. I'm real worried about what they're going to do to my boy. How did you decide to keep using your name Jack instead of changing it to something new? You know, I just thought about it, and I did try other names for a bit, like Jane. But I did not like I didn't like it. Change is hard. So, I was like, "You know what? Jack is just a cool girl's name, and you know what? I'm just gonna own that. I'm gonna own being a girl named Jack, and I think that's cool as fuck. Even Jackie. I thought about Jackie, but I also just didn't like it. I had a neighbor named Jackie growing up, and I was just like, nah, that's too associated with my neighbor. I'll just be Jack. I think that's cool. Boat is a beautiful name for a baby girl. Oh, my little boat. Change is hard. How very neurodivergent of you. Look, I wasn't going to say anything, but you're right.
It's about a name that feels good for you, like a gender that feels good for you.
Yeah, and I never felt really dysphoric about my name. Ultimately, that's kind of what it came down to. Like, I didn't mind being a girl named Jack. Nadia Yvette Chambers, that's how I felt about most of the media depicting trans people that I saw growing up, which, to be clear, the media I saw depicting trans people was Jerry Springer and Maury Povich, like those two shows. And it was just not like the trans people were trotted out as objects of ridicule. And it took me a long time to realize that I was trans and that society was wrong, because my thoughts as a child was, well, I'm not that. So like, I'm not an object of ridicule. I'm a person. And these shows didn't treat trans people as people. What do I think of the Rocky Horror Picture Show? I've only ever seen parts of it. You're just super into boats? No, I'm actually not into boats at all, but it's a nickname that I got from when I was a Bible camp counselor. One of the years we met the council of folks the council of church leaders who ran the camp. We were all going around and introducing ourselves, and I was like, my name's Jack. and one of the church leaders was like, "Oh, well, we're gonna name our son Jack," but then my old aunt, she told me, "Oh, don't you call him Jack. Everyone will think of Riverboat Jack, the gambler." And like all of the counselors and I like looked at each other, and of course immediately afterwards we tried to Google who the hell Riverboat Jack was. And there nothing on the internet about any kind of Riverboat Jack the gambler. And so I became the Riverboat Jack. People, my fellow counselors called me that, and I then went on to use it as my handle. Everyone knows about Riverboat Jack. What do you mean? Yeah, the beautiful streamer. What if it's actually just one guy they personally know? What a badass. Ah, it's all good, Donkey Man. Asking questions is good. Also, yeah, old riverboats are objectively cool. All right, folks, I am gonna go to bed because it is 3 o'clock in the morning. I have to be up in like 5 hours. And I will see you all tomorrow when I may have a bit more of a prepared stream for all of you. And, yeah. You're nicer than Vosh. I appreciate that. I do try and be nice. It's, you know, life is just nicer when you're nice, you know? Like I lose nothing by trying to be kind. Especially in a world that seeks to make people actively unkind. I think kindness is a bit of a, you know, it's, you know, a famous movie once said it's the new punk rock or something. I don't know. It's an act of resistance, though, for sure, in the face of a world that pushes cruelty. All right. With that being said, fare thee well, chat. I shall see you on a new day. Good night.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom, and a man was left to living. But as year gave way to year, the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death, a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village, Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life if not his soul. But the huntsman, William Tell, came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason. But the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no fear with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hair and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him. Gessler to his men was crying, but before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man